December, but very much looking forward to the final hit out before National Championships. Some added incentive as well, some Continental Tour Challenger points as well on the line, and some of the lineups here, Matt, are incredible. We're going to kick off with our 400-metre hurdles. They've got some star-studded lineups as well. We're going to kick off with the men's B race at 6 o'clock. The men's A race, Connor Fry and Thomas Hunt is the one we're going to watch there. Sarah Carley and Marley Wilkinson, probably the battle in the women's race as well. But so many quality athletes here tonight, and you can see the timetable on your screen now. So commencing with our 400-metre hurdles, working through the grades, and our major last four races of the night is going to be something special. The last time we were here, Matt, there was a few special moments as well.
There certainly was, and we'll see some of those athletes line up later tonight in the Australian Mile Championships of both the men's and the women's. There's the timetable on screen, as you said, Brenny. Kicking off with the 4 sticks here. An event where there aren't a lot of opportunities to race at a top level around Australia. Of course, this meet a World Athletics Continental Tour Challenger event, meaning that there are D category points on offer for the 4 sticks, the 3,000 steeple for the ladies, the men's 5K, and the 800 and mile A races. So you can see there the timetable, the sticks and the steeple and the 5K will kick us off, and then we'll go into our usual milers programming, and this really is the milers grand final for the season 23-24 with our graded 800 mile races. And then, Brandy, the main events of the night clearly are the 2 800 metre A races and the 2 mile A races, which are just stacked across the board.
Certainly is, and the Australian Championship as well, and it's been a track and an event where a lot of athletes have made their mark. You know, Cameron Myers won his Australian Mile Championship title tonight. We will see him race, but only over half the distance, fresh off an Australian 3,000 metre title. Jess Hull, who also won those national 3K just 5 days ago at the Sydney Track Classic as well, will line up over 800 metres. So a few athletes stepping out of their comfort zone a little bit here tonight as well, which is good to see.
So we're still getting ready here for the first of the 400 hurdles races, so it gives us a chance to have a look at the women's mile, of course the Australian Championship, and since its reincarnation in 2019, and Brenny, this is just a treat with some of the clashes of distances, and in particular obviously one of the big 3 currently nationally in this field with Abby Caldwell, already has the Olympic qualifying standard along with Lyndon Hall and Jess Hull. But fascinated to see Lauren Ryan drop back from a 10,000 metre Australian record, just knocking off Benita Willis's mark, if you don't mind, only 12 or 13 days ago.
Yeah, one of the longest standing records in the books as well. And keep in mind, you actually can qualify in the Olympic Games, a new initiative from World Athletics as well. So in the women's event, we're looking at that Olympic qualifying standard of 4 minutes 20.9 seconds. We've got a really young field here as well, Matt. We've got 4 teenagers in this field. The youngest, Ronnie Wazowska, first on your list there, only 13 years of age in an Australian Open 1 mile championship event. So very much looking forward to see how our juniors cope, and the great opportunity to step up and see what that next level is like against some of the nation's best, with so many so many athletes with international experience. But
a real feel-good story as well with Zoe Buckman in this field as well. 4 years out of the sport for Zoe, but a previous winner on this night back in 2017, one of the very first Albie Thomas Mile events, went back when it was 1,500 metres, but her pedigree, 3 times Australian champion at 1,500 metres and a couple of Olympic semi-finals over the metric mile. Fascinated to see how her return to racing goes as well.
Definitely, she's getting back into it, and she's not too far off the pace as well. I'll tell you what, some of these PBs, I reckon, are going to absolutely be demolished over the mile, because we're seeing greater recognition of the historical mile distance, obviously with the Australian Championship up for grabs as well. Lauren Ryan's got a personal best of 4:34.75. I think she's going to obliterate that tonight as well. Jodie McCann as well, Ireland. We've got 3 countries represented as well in the women's mile A race, and 4 states represented as well.
So moving on to the Albie Thomas Mile, the men's Australian Mile Championship, and there's the field on screen for those playing along at home. And this is really a story about deja vu, isn't it, Breeny? Because it was just a month ago where we saw the fastest ever 1,500 metres run in Australia by an Australian, and there was the second athlete in that field that made some headlines himself, lowering his PB this season by about 4 seconds, and he's the headliner tonight.
He is 3:53.78 his personal best, 3:33.64 he did on that night, just behind Cam Myers as well. He's lowered his 1,500 PB by 4 seconds over the last year as well. Second at Adelaide Track Classic, 5th at the John Letty Mile. We've got a few Craig Mottram athletes coached here, as we said, strong interstate contingent. But Jesse Hunt probably narrowly the favourite. Jack Ansey as well, good to see him here. He's US based, he's got a 3:51 personal best, but there's quality everywhere you look in this Albie Thomas Mile men's field, and 3:50.40 is that Olympic standard we're looking for as well.
So we're just about right to get underway in our first track race of the night. This is the men's B 400 metre hurdles event. Start list is on screen. And they're just about getting into the hands of the starter. So in the hands of the starter now for the first track race of the night, the men's 400 metre hurdles B race.
On your marks.
So away they go in the first race of the evening, and a trimmed down field here, but from the inside out, Payne, Almalloy, Lee and Way. And as they work their way around the back straight for the first time of the evening, it's a pretty even start, and on the inside from Cherrybrook, Kobe Payne going the best of them at the moment. And he's working his way around into the home straight. Lovely evening for running here at the Crest. If the rain stays away, and it should, it'll be perfect conditions later on. So a little bit of a resurgence here coming from UTS North's Julian Lee, and he's trying to close down the distance to Payne of Cherrybrook, but he's not going to be able to do enough, barring disaster here, and the first win of the night is going to go to Cherrybrook's Payne in the men's 400 metre hurdles B race. So the first race of the night, Breen, the other feature of this meet is an enormous amount of prize money, $20,000 or thereabouts guaranteed across the various A races tonight, kicking off with the ladies steeplechase, the men's 5,000, and of course the 800s and the miles. But we're looking at $3,000 for the winners of each of the Australian Mile Championships, 1,500 for second, 1,000 for third, and 1,200, 600 and 400 for our place getters in the support races, the 800s, the 3K steeple and the men's 5K. So not a bad little night out at the track.
definitely not. No one of the fields are so strong. Points on offer as well, but the prize money does definitely help here as well. And good to see the support of the Bankstown Sports Club putting on this meet, and of course the prize money, which has really lifted significantly since previous years as well. So the next event on the track will be the men's 400 metre hurdles A race, and we will run through the field for you from inside out. So in lane number 1 from UTS Norths, we've got Jack McFadden. Number 2, recent bronze in the State Open 400 metre hurdles from Illawarra Blue Stars, Rowan Laurenday. Number 3, one of the favourites from Victoria, personal best of 50.17. He's the national champion in 2022. He set 4 PBs last year, Connor Fry. In lane 4, 50.33 personal best, the New South Wales Open champion from UTS North's Thomas Hunt. In lane 5, from University of New South Wales, he's a former state champion. Please welcome Bryce Collins. In lane 6, from UTS Norths, we've got Matt Crowe. In lane 7, with 3 World Under-20 qualifying standards under his belt, also from UTS Norths, a very strong club in this event, Matthew Hunt. And in lane 8, the second of our interstate competitors here, representing Queensland, Callum Rorison. This is the men's 400 metre hurdles. Pretty stacked lineup about to get underway. So underway here, the 2 to watch mainly, Connor Fry, Thomas Hunt, third from the inside and in the middle of the track as well as they go through. It's a pretty quick start here by Thomas Hunt, 50.33 his personal best. He's gone out quickly. Tracking him though from University of New South Wales is Bryce Collins. He's right up there, and now Connor Fry as well starts to get into his running. Rowan Laurenday not far off the pace here as well as they go through 200 metres. So it's pretty close, but it's Fry at the moment. The Victorian starts to open up the stride with 150 to go. Then Thomas Hunt right next to him as well. The 2 we thought into the straight now, battling it out as they come down to the stretch. Who's going to have the closing speed here? 1 flight to go, and it's Thomas Hunt. See how close he can get to his personal best. Connor Fry up on the inside as well. Jack McFadden. UTS North's blanket across the field, but Hunt will get the better of it in the centre of the track. Connor Fry coming through in second position there. And we'll try and get those times confirmed for you shortly. There was a big gust of wind that came up right after the gun as well. So they had to stay controlled in the early stages.
So Thomas Hunt, 50.53, gets the win for UTS North's Connor Fry, the Victorian who did a lot of work to put this race together, must be said, 51.28. And Matt Hunt of UTS North's third over the line in 52.09. Separated to the 1,000th of a second with Matt Crowe, his club mate from UTS North as well. And Laurenday will have to settle for 5th. Bryce Collins in 6th. But the top 6, 52 seconds or less. So some solid 400 metre hurdling there, and the quality field assembled has hopefully had a good night with the conditions here, notwithstanding the gust of wind.
Yeah, definitely. Matthew Hunt as well, 52.09. That could be a personal best, I reckon. He's got 3 World Under-20 qualifiers as well. Third in that race, you said. Matt Crowe is just behind as well. Had to go down to thousandths of a second to separate the UTS Norths pair there. And Rowan Laurenday, fresh off a State Open podium, 52.29 for him. The Illawarra Blue Stars club. So that's another strong run as well. So a great start to the night so far. The women's 400 metre hurdles B race next up on the track. Just a reminder, Athletic Live is the place to go. You can get the updates as soon as we get them. Head to nswathletics.org.au and click on the results tab, the live results, and you'll be able to see the real-time updates. As soon as the photo finish team reads it, you'll see it on your screen.
So it's getting ready for the first of our 400 metre hurdles B races. And that's the start list on screen. Claudia Hughes, Kelly Brown, Susie Douglas, Isabel Nystrom, Indiana Pye, and Olivia Blum, who I think might have actually been like scratching the hills. But a solid 400 metre hurdles B race, and very shortly we'll get to see Sarah Carley in the 400 metre hurdles A race.
Number 3 Australian of all time, Sarah as well. She's had a few very good runs here at the Crest. It's been a good track to her.
Certainly has.
On your mark.
So away here in the women's 400 hurdles B race, Hughes on the inside, Brown, Douglas, Nystrom, Pye and Bloom on the outside. So getting away to a quick start from Hills District. Olivia Bloom is gone away quickly, also up there as well. Indiana Pye inside there as well, coming through. Looks like they'll be called back.
So, not sure what's happened there. So we'll wait to see what the officials have to say about that one. So just having a walk back around, which, given how far around they went, was probably fair enough.
On their website.
So just getting reorganised now for the ladies 400 metre hurdles B race. Certainly looking forward to watching Sarah Carley in the 400 hurdles A race. She's had good nights on this track previously. So just getting themselves back organised now. Just some discussion happening amongst the officials, but I'll show you the start list once again for this 400 metre hurdles B race, and then we'll be looking forward to the A race with Sarah Carley. What's that?
Going now.
Okay, so slight change in programming. We're going to go now to the 400-metre hurdles A race. And there's the start list on screen. So from the inside out, Sienna Farrell in lane number 2, Genevieve Cowie of Sydney University, the World University Games medalist over the 4x400. In lane number 3, from Kembla Joggers, Olympian and World Championship semi-finalist Sarah Carley. In lane number 4, from Kembla Joggers, Brodie Mate. In lane number 5, Marley Wilkinson. In 6, on her outside from UTS North's Isabella Guthrie. In 7, from West Track and Field, Scarlett Pye. And on the outside from UTS North's Emily Smith. That's the field for the women's 400-metre hurdles, the Albie Thomas.
On your mark.
So 54.85 is the Olympic qualifying standard we're looking for. Sarah Carley knows how to do it on this night. She ran 55.09 back in 2020 to qualify for the Tokyo Olympic Games, and currently in the standard on quota, looking to get her way in on the qualifying standard, and she's running strongly up the back straight, already picking up the stagger on those outside her, probably going the best of them at the moment, Wilkinson and Guthrie. But as they swing around into the straight, there's only one athlete who's at the front of the field, and it's Sarah Carley. All eyes on the clock. A good go for 3, for second and third here for the Miners, but swinging into the straight, it's all Carley on the outside. Running pretty strongly is Isabella Guthrie, and also back on her inside, Wilkinson, but Carley into the straight. All eyes on the clock, ticking through now, and Carley comes home to take out the win. We'll wait for the photo finish to come through.
Tell you what, Wilkinson had a really good second effort as well. With about 150 to go, she pushed through and she almost drew level there with Carley for a little bit. Or there's a 20 or 30 metre section, and she's opened her season well, Sarah Carley, in the Canberra Track Classic. She won in 55.37 there. We're just waiting on the official times for the women's 400-metre hurdles A race. The number 3 Australian of all time. As we said, this track, she's done an Olympic qualifier here before the last Olympic cycle. 56.50 comes up, and Marley Wilkinson of Victoria, 56.84 for her. Only about 3/10 outside of her personal best, and Bella Guthrie, 58.23 for third place for the UTS North's athlete as well. So some strong running there. Fourth place, Brodie Mate, 100.24. Scarlett Pye, 62.04. Sienna Farrell in 6th position. Another Victorian in this field with 62.19.
I think you were right, Brady, about the conditions. It's just started to swirl around a little bit gusty with the wind. It should be pretty well perfect by the time we get to the 8s and the miles later on tonight. But maybe just a little gusty there for these 4 sticks athletes. And so after a little mishap in that first attempt at the women's 400-metre B, we've got a slight change in the program here, and we'll go back to have a second crack at this 400-metre hurdles B race.
Back your block, please. On your mark. Set.
So underway from the inside, we've got Claudia Hughes in 1, in 3 Susie Douglas, Isabel Nystrom in 4, Olivia Bloom in lane number 6. So good start here, Susie Douglas. We're trying to see if we can get under 60 seconds, the magical mark here for our B race competitor. She's holding really well on the back straight. In the Randwick Botany colours there, that's Isabel Nystrom. as well, holding pretty strongly here. But at the moment, clear margin from Susie Douglas here through the 200 metres, and she's just picked up the leg speed a little bit more here. And she's got about a 20-metre lead at the moment. On the outside, you can see as well coming through Olivia Bloom. But it's Douglas at the front of this field in the B race. Trying to get under that 60 seconds here. Very close, relatively close for second and third place, with Nystrom getting the better of that, with Olivia Bloom in third. But put your hands together for your B race winner here in the women's 400-metre hurdles here. And it's Susie Douglas taking line honours. And Randwick Botany will get second, Isabel Nystrom, and Hills District in third, Olivia Bloom. Big finish as well by Claudia Hughes from Maitland. Maitland have been impressive over the last few weeks. It's stayed open, and it's 1:0077's a time for Susie Douglas here. Take out the B race for the 400-metre hurdles with 1:05.52 for Isabel Nystrom in second, Olivia Bloom 1:06.84 for third, and Claudia Hughes 68.81. So great to see our hurdlers featuring part of the main program here at the Albie Thomas Mile for 2024. As I said, not perfect conditions, so you don't have to worry about time, but a great hit out before the National Championships, which are so close, just around the corner in Adelaide.
So not far away from the Australian titles in Adelaide, of course. So the next
Got an
event,
Australian title here tonight as well, Matt, so it's all happening.
and what an interesting preview they'll be of what's to come in Adelaide. Of course, not all of the main contenders in the mile races here tonight, but we do have a couple of the biggest names, in Jessie Hunt and Caldwell running the mile, and then so many of the others who will contend over 1500 are actually going to run the 8.
Exactly.
Jess Hull. So it's actually probably a convenient break in the program. We had a look at the miles earlier. Let's have a look at the two 800-metre start lists for tonight.
This, for me, is the most interesting race of the night because there's so many unknowns in this one. Obviously, the return of Peter Bowler after a hamstring injury. He's become a household name and the Olympic hero that he is, so close to that podium there. We're really privileged to have him here at the track at the Crest. And he'll also be racing at Stall as well on Easter weekends. Luke Boys had a terrific run at the Sydney Track Classic as well. 1:45 to his name for the first time. Cameron Myers was very close to Peyton Craig when he broke that Australian under-20 record at the ACT Champs. So he can move well over 800 metres, which is no surprise to a lot of people. And of course, Jai Perrett's always in amongst it. But our three favourites probably in the middle there. And Ben Jagger, who's run a million races here on this track, he's going to do the pacing duties for this incredibly intriguing men's 800 metres at the Albie Thomas Mile.
It's just a fascinating contest, isn't it? Where's Peter at his preparation? Not long before Adelaide and Olympic qualification, he'll go to Europe, of course, to chase the standard. But that men's 800 could be phenomenally competitive for a spot on the team to Paris. So it'll be fascinating to see what shape he is in tonight as we get underway with the domestic season proper. And then he's going to have to contend with the guys who we know are fit, in Luke Boys, who's really been the breakout star of this domestic season over the men's 800, and another couple of very talented youngsters. Jai Perrett's a fascinating case, just had a bit of an up and down season, but at his best he could run past these. And then, talking about clashing in the middle and different distances and different styles, how's the women's race? This is going to be an absolute cracker.
Certainly is. Imogen Barrett as well. Fleur Cooper, the youngster, she's been on the podium in the mile here before as well. Brittany Khan, everywhere you look. Bendiri Aboya as well, and Jess Hull stepping down. It's been a long time since she's done an 800, and with the field she's got and the quality she's got around her, she's not going to have it all her own way at all, and getting a little bit of speed in the legs. Probably the perfect preparation for those national championships and Olympic trials, of course, as well. A few internationals in this race as well. Shani Layden of Israel and Yumi Kitamura of Japan. It's one of the great things about this circuit as well, this summer season, is the fact that we've had so many internationals here chasing those qualification or those quota points, because those Olympic standards are so tough to get.
Jess Hull has a PB at 800 of 2:03, which dates back years.
Yeah.
The last time she lost a race in Australia was the 2019 Albie Thomas Mile, women's mile,
that's right. I remember
which was her first race back in Australia after having spent 4 years at college in Oregon. So Jess has not lost a race in Australia since this night all those years ago. And one of the things we love about Jess is not afraid to challenge herself at all, wants to get a tune up before the Nationals. And so says, yeah, I'll drop down to 800 and risk taking on the likes of a Bendiria Boyer.
It's the attitude
where I'm at.
It's a perfect attitude that we want athletes to have as well, because we've seen a couple of those juniors, 4 teenagers in the women's mile race, and it's the same attitude from our experienced athletes as well. Just stepping out of their comfort zone a bit, putting it on the line, even putting the ego aside as well for a bit, not the easiest thing to do. Bendiria Boyer, of course, and Imogen Barrett, the 2 favourites here as well. Bendiria's personal best, 159.01, and Imogen Barrett, 200.96 as well. So Bendiria's number 4 at the moment on the Australian all-time list. But at the moment, we're not far away from the start of the men's 5,000 metres, and this isn't lacking in quality either as we have a look at the start list here, Matt.
Yeah, we certainly do. We won't go through all of them. We'll wait for them to get underway to do that, but the sort of big names you're looking for here, probably, you know, there's a clear standout in Josh Phillips, who's been having a remarkable domestic season.
How much money is on this one? What do you get for the win?
So this is one of the cash races. So the cash races are... sorry, no, you're quite right, it is. So $1,200 for the win here. I was thinking still on the 4 stick. So $1,200 for the winner here, 600 for second place and 400 for third. So some decent coin on offer here for these lads. And you'd have to think Josh Phillips was probably the favourite to pick up the biggies here for any.
Certainly, we got a couple of athletes backing up from those New South Wales 5,000 metre championships as well. Hamish Longworth, and the steeple was silver in the steeple at the New South Wales Open as well. But a big range of times in this field, but we got a really healthy number of sub 15-minute athletes in here as well, and a big age range. So fascinating to see how they get after it here. The wind's starting to die down a bit, and as is customary, right for these distance races, we're not far away from putting them in the hands of the starter for the men's 5,000 metres.
So off we go for a start in the men's 5,000 metres. All eyes probably on Josh Phillips here as the odds-on favourite. And as we work our way through, there's a fair range of PBs in this one, Breen, but the top guys you'd have to think are going to be around that sort of mid 14-minute mark, you'd be thinking. And Josh Phillips is the only one that comes in with a seed time sub 14 minutes, and Luke Hintz is going to take up the early running here, going through in about 35 seconds or thereabouts.
Yeah, so it's Hintz at the front of this field. When we go back to Simon Magna, he'll be followed there by Ethan McKenzie. Also in there as well is Liam Bowden, who was 6th at those New South Wales 5,000 metre championships, which also had a strong in-stake and contingent. Tell you what, it's splitting up a little bit earlier, and Hintz driving the pace at the front. We've already got a group of 6 athletes in the front. Longworth at the back of that main group at the moment. See this split. So they had a tailwind along the home straight for the first time. It's been swirling here at the Crest, and I think about 69 seconds thereabouts through the 400 metres. Luke Hintz is starting to really make sure this pace is on us here. It's maybe 68 high. We'll get that time confirmed shortly, but as they go through here, 6 has started to really separate, 20 or 30 metres back to the next group of 4, and they're separating after that. But the man from Kembla Joggers at the moment, they've got a really strong contingent here from the KJ's club. Run crew in second, with Simon Magna. He's got a personal best of 14.50. Just behind them, UTS North's represented, Ethan McKenzie. Then Josh Phillips, second from the back of that main group. Hamish Longworth at the rear, and leading this chase group at the moment is Oliver Ham from Gosford All Stars. Also got a sub 15-minute performance to his name already as well.
So interesting that Phillips is happy just to sit off the back here. Hintz is doing all the work out the front at the moment. And Hamish Longworth, you can see, also happy to come wide. But Hintz has now just opened up a few metre gap on Phillips, who's found his way into that second position, so certainly no panic stations there from him. He was sitting at the back of this pack early on, but now just moves his way up.
Big winter last season as well from Luke Hintz as well, taking some quality scalps over the cross-country and road running season, and he's looking to build towards another one here for the Campbell Joggers athlete. Phillips goes to second place. Then we go back to Liam Bowden, interstate competitor Longworth. Then it's followed by Ethan McKenzie, and just on his heels there is Simon Magna of Run Crew, still in contention here. So we're only hitting 3 minutes right now. So it's very, very quick running at the front of this field. No wonder it's been obliterated, the pack so far. And Luke Hintz likes to run aggressively and making them all work behind him. You can see a couple of strides opening up and not at all bunched as a pack as they go through 1,200 metres.
So 2:48 for the first 1,000. Gives you an idea of the sort of tempo we're on. Once at about 14:10 pace. And they're moving it along. So Hintz at the front of the field. Phillips in second position now, just having closed that gap up a bit.
So 6 goes down to 4 at the front. Longworth on the back of the group. Bowden just ahead of him. Then hits him for the first time. Josh Phillips takes the running at the front. There's cash. There's a lot of it on the line here. So they're going to be after a quick time, and they're going to be after what they can put in their back pocket as well, as Phillips takes control of this race. Luke Hintz still looks comfortable. The slightest gap, 2 or 3 metres, it's all it is back to Liam Bowden in third, and Hamish Longworth from Bankstown on his home track in 4th position.
Just ticking up to about 4.5 minutes as they come through. They were 3:54 last time around, clocking in about 65-second laps. Well, Phillips ran a 65 at least to hit the front last time around. Hintz was a 66 in behind him by the time they got to the end of it. And you've got Bowden, the Queenslander, and Longworth on his home track. So 4 into 3, picking up prize money. Doesn't go. Looks like we've narrowed this field down to 4. So interesting to see if Phillips has put an injection of pace here. Remember, they were 65, 66 or so the last time around, as they come through 1,800 now.
66 seconds was the last, so they went through 5:00 on the dot there. So 66 is what they're hovering around here, as Phillips looks to have pressed the pace up again. We know what quality he's got, and he's opened up a few strides now. Luke Hintz, the only one to stay anywhere near him at the moment. Liam Bowden, he's trying to find something as well, and also Hamish Longworth there as well. So the 2,000 metre split here at 5:33. So 2:48 for the first, 5:33 through 2 kilometres. So the boys are moving here in the men's 5,000 metres.
Yeah, so it's just dialed up by a few seconds there. 2:48 followed by a 2:45 at the front of the field for Phillips. And so
the wind's picked up as well along the... Feels like it's against them now. It was with them at the start, so it is swirling. And Phillips, look how good his form is as he works his way through. Absolute textbook here as we go through. So 5 minutes up below, they were 66 through the last lap. Phillips leads through again. Gap to 30 metres to Luke Hintz, further 20 to Bowden, then 30 back as well to Hamish Longworth. 66 again for that lap. So Phillips hasn't picked it up. It's just been a little bit tough and starting to test Hintz and the others a little bit more here.
Hintz and a few of the, I think they've got the group down there, the Wollongong Track Club they call themselves. They've They've had a couple of goes here at Milers over the years to get a sort of 14, 30, 15-minute train going on different nights, depending on how everyone's been placed. So he's around that 15-minute sort of shape, Hinson. It's interesting to see him up the front, getting the ball rolling early.
Good to see some of the Delta boys here as well. Big range of clubs, the regular contenders, those who've returned to the Crest time and time again for Milers. And as you said, Matt, this is the grand final of Milers Meets in New South Wales. And Josh Phillips going to come through here. The next time he comes through the finish line, it will be the 3,000 metre split. So 66 the last couple of laps. He's been like a metronome, and Luke Hintz goes through, probably extended to 40 metres. Bowden, I reckon, has got a second win here. He's gaining a little bit on Luke Hintz and closing in. And Hamish Longworth getting plenty of support here from the local crowd as well. He's in fourth at the moment. Then we go back to Ethan McKenzie from UTS Norths, who's in fifth position.
So it's just a bit breezy, isn't it? I think it'll be perfect conditions later on. The Bureau was putting it about 20, 21 degrees at 9.
I can smell the barbecue as well, Matt. Coming, drifting right into where we are here, trackside. But Phillips at the moment, just really impressive to watch him move so well with no one around him at the moment. So this is the 3 kilometre split. We get a very, very good indication of how they're travelling. So it looks to be well under 8:30, so we're not far away from 14-minute tempo at the moment. Still a little bit over it. 2:48 for the first, 5:33, so we dropped it 3 seconds there. Now we go through in 8:21 for the 3,000 metres here. And now the race, it's a fascinating one for second and third with Hintz and Bowden only 7 or 8 metres apart.
So a bit of a shot there at the rest of this field as Josh Phillips is going to come up and pick up some lap traffic, you'd think. So it was just that injection of pace in the middle that broke it open, as well as a whole heap of class gap, to be fair. But the 2:48 to open proceedings, 2:45 in the middle when Phillips opened up the lead, and he's just dipped back to a 2:48 there. So sitting on about 14:07, 14:08 pace, if he's able to keep that up. Certainly no doubt about winning this race. Speaking of the 3K marks, I just saw Georgia Whincup warming up, and she looks to go over the barriers for her first time of the season. It'll be fascinating to see what time she can put up this evening. She'll be hoping this wind dies down. Not a lot of competition in this race, but the competition in the women's steeplechase right now across the country is unbelievably hot.
Certainly is, and she had a bit of a fine tune-up at the New South Wales Open Champs. Took the 1,500 win there. Phillips now goes through 3,400 metre mark here, so 67 the last couple of laps. Hintz and Bowden still not quite able to get up to him yet, Bowden, but it's 3 or 4 metres, exactly the same distance it was last time they went through the finish line here. And Hamish Longworth gritting his teeth, trying to hang on here as well. So Sydney Striders at the front. Josh Phillips, the quality we've got, he's got a personal best of 13:34 over 5,000 metres, a 7:53 K-man. That's the quality we've got at the front of this men's 5,000 metre field. Gosford All-Stars coming through the line here as well, hit number 11, and that is Oliver Ham, who's a sub 15-minute athlete in his own right. So we'll see how close he can get to that mark. And all these gents trying to go for time. A lot of them won't be doing the national championships because of how hard it is to get into that field. But Josh Phillips now 10:37 on the clock. So 67 the last time round. We'll get that lap split shortly, but he looks to have just tried to inject it a bit. In fact, it's just a fraction slower, so 68 seconds. Yeah. So he's trying a little bit harder. He's trying to stay relaxed as well. It's a tough thing to do.
Just labouring a bit, perhaps. He was sort of clocking 65s early doors, wasn't he? And got a bit of early help, it must be said as well. So coming up to 4K. 11:11.
250.
So 250, yeah. So it's just dipped another couple of seconds. 245, 248, 245, 248, 250.
That's a pretty good 4th K when you think about it. You think how, if you're that close to your first K split, so he's still holding a very respectable tempo. A little look over the left shoulder.
Look over the shoulder, I'm not sure Hutu. He hasn't got too much competition coming in behind him, but this is always going to be a tune-up for things to come in the domestic season for Josh. Hopefully the 5K and the steeple here, really a new initiative for the meet. See if we can build some interest in future years and get some more competitive fields, but we're sort of in a strange position where we've got two incredibly high quality lead contenders in each of the fields, with just a little bit of lack of depth in behind them. That can come with time.
It's one of those events as well where you can do a bit of training and people find out in their late 20s, early 30s as well, they can put a pretty decent 5K together. It's amazing how many sub 15-minute athletes there are late starters to the sport as well. So you don't have to have a huge training age to be putting some very, very decent times together. And half this field have got times before under 15 minutes. Hamish Longworth goes through as well. The 2 laps to go. And Phillips on screen now, and it is definitely a headwind along the home straight now, which is different to how they started this race, but still you can see not much wavering, really strong in the core and the hips as he works his way through to collect the bell, and to 12.54. So let's see how close he can get to 14 minutes will be the mark here. If he closes in a 65, Matt, he's able to try and muster something up. He might potentially dip under.
Doesn't look like it's a big injection of pace just at the minute, but he'll have a couple of bodies at least to chase down here down the back straight, something to aim at. Still holding his form very nicely with that head-on shot that you can see on screen.
The race for second as well. Bowden, for the first time, has got himself up to the hills and goes straight past Luke Hintz here with 300 metres to go. So see if Hintz has got something left in him, but Josh Phillips not far away here. 130 metres to run for the men's 5,000 metres at the Albie Thomas Mile for 2024. Winning any race at this meet is a big deal as the wind comes up again. It'll die down later, we know that, as we see Bowden absolutely motor here with 150. Let's have a look at his last lap split. The time, well, we're at 13.59 and he's just going to be outside 14 minutes. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Josh Phillips, who takes out the men's 5,000 metres. And Bowden, with a ripper of the last 400 metres here, has moved well clear and done 35 metres worth of damage to Luke Hintz there to get across the line in second. And Luke Hintz as well, getting himself ready for a huge winter season again for the Kembla Joggers athlete. Getting across the line in third and a bit of money as well.
So not some bad cash there for young Josh Phillips to pick up $1,200.
No in stadium. No in stadium for this.
So that's Breen.
Mate, Josh, I tell you what, you had some early aggressors there. Luke Hintz absolutely went out all guns blazing. How'd you feel in the early stage? Did you expect it to be that quick?
To be honest, no. I kind of just wanted to sit in for like the first K or so. I knew I was going to do some heavy lifting on the back end if I wanted to get the win, so just stayed patient and made my move like pretty early on, but just tried to keep it solid enough that I could break everyone else. So pretty happy.
Very good. Well, when you do start to fatigue, it doesn't actually look like it at all. So great to see you back here in Australia. You've had plenty of international experience, US as well. Need to be racing back here and see how strong middle distance running is get, and Albie Thomas Mile, one of the premier events on the program.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like, I think running as a sport is growing so much. It's awesome that the competitive side is growing as equally. Yeah, you know, the domestic season this year has been awesome. Every race has had a great hype to it, and I think it can only go up from here with an Olympic year. Get everyone involved even more, get other people involved. So yeah, I'm super excited for the future of the sport.
And what's next up for you, mate? What are your goals over the next 12 months or so?
So, I mean, immediate goals, like, you know, middle of April, going to go to Nationals, run the 5 there. It's going to be even deeper than some of the races I've been in this year that I've kind of consistently been in that sort of top half. So if I can do that again, that'll be awesome. And then after that, going to take a bit of a break, build a base, and then hit the roads. I think Gold Coast half is going to be the big goal. And then, yeah, city to surf, all that kind of stuff.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Hopefully see you in our winter season events as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Phillips, put your hands together. Men's 5,000 metre winner. How much money again, mate? What are we, $1,200? Not bad.
I'll take it.
For an hourly rate. Well done, Josh.
Thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Breen, I think you've got another special presentation to do.
Oh, that's right. Something. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today we are here to recognise the outstanding service to the sport of athletics by a few New South Wales volunteers. These Athletics Australia Service Awards recognise service as a technical official, Athletics New South Wales administration or club administration. A special mention, and can we give a round of applause please to all our club administrators who often go unrecognised working behind the scenes and have done so for many years. All of our award recipients or service award recipients here have done 20 or contributed 20 years or more service to the sport, extraordinary contributions and an outstanding and positive impact they have made to so many athletes and individuals. First off, we congratulate and acknowledge Jodie Sundstrom, 25 years of service in club administration and as a technical official and for the Illawarra Blue Stars Club. Dave Higgins, which many know, and particularly those involved in the winter season. 28 years of service in club administration with Kembla Joggers and as a technical official. John Murray, 28 years of service in club administration and as a technical official with West Track and Service. Ladies and gentlemen, not far away from a start here in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase. A strong field as well. We've got a number of juniors in this one as well. And from the inside, we're in hip number 1, UTS North. She's an Olympian in this event and she won the New South Wales Open 1,500 metre title recently as well. Georgia Winker. Number 2 from Sutherland, she's got a World Under 20 qualifying standard for this event and for 1,500 metres as well. Mia Tui. In 3, another one with a World Under 20 qualifying standard, representing Hills District, Lucy Francis. Hip number 4 from Sydney University, a medalist in this event at the open level, Allegra McGibbon. The current New South Wales Open champion from Kembla Joggers goes in hip number 5, Ruby McPhillips. And second, just behind her, Kembla Joggers went 1-2. Ashley Gardner goes in hip number 6 for the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase, just about to go here at the 2024 Albie Thomas Mile.
So just some final instructions over on the back straight. Some final instructions over the far side of the track. Georgia Whincup in the Central Performance Track Kit. I think we are just about right for a start now. So off we go finally in the ladies' 3,000 metre steeple. And all eyes of course on Georgia Whincup here. The steeple nationally at the moment remarkably deep in Australia. And Georgia Whincup has been one of the prominent players in that discussion for several years now. Of course, an Olympian World Championships representative, made her international debut at the Bydgoszcz World Juniors back in Poland. And this is her first trip over the barriers this season, as you mentioned, Breen. She's just not quite been ready to test herself over the barriers so far, but always had this race penciled in. Won the New South Wales 1500 metre title over the flat back at the state championships. But this is our first chance to have a look at Winks over the barriers tonight.
Certainly is. A couple of juniors in behind her as well. Mia Tui will lead the charge there. She's got 2 World Under 20 qualifiers, so 10:30 will probably be the mark that she's trying to search for tonight. 10:33.67, I think, is her best. She's also done a 1500 World Under 20 qualifier going 4:26, so she's got the speed to close as well. A very, very different event. We know how much it breaks the rhythm, spiking the heart rate as they go through the wood jump and get indication. See a few of them trying to push up and get a little bit closer to Tui as well, who's in second. And just try to keep Georgia Whincup as close as they can, but also stick to their own race plan here as they go through. So it was 40 seconds when they went through the first one. Now 30 metres the margin for Georgia Whincup. She's got a personal best of 9:37.43, dates back a bit, 1:57 through there. The second time past the finish line. Close between Ruby McPhillips and Lucy Francis. Ruby won that New South Wales Open Steeplechase title. She's sitting on the inside of Lucy Francis, another one with a World Under 20 qualifying standard here. Multi-talented athlete, a triathlete as well. And they are just going to try and get a little bit closer to Tui, who's still clearing the barriers at the moment quite comfortably. And side by side is McPhillips and Francis. And we go back to Allegra McGibbon from Sydney University, just behind those.
So Whincup extends out. It was never going to be a question of who was going to win this race. It was all about time. And Georgia Whincup is the athlete we came to see in terms of where she is at this preparation over the barriers. And you have a look at the qualification, the road to Paris, as we call it. And just as soon as I get onto the women's one rather than the men's, which is equally deep at the moment with very own Ed Trippus running strongly. So the only one, nobody with the standard at the moment from Australia. So that's the starting point. We have nobody with the qualifying standard. So if you're able to hit that time, you're going to be going pretty strong.
Well, they're only expecting to fill in all the events half the quota spots by time, the rest of them by world rankings. I think that's the rationale or the decision there. So in the race now, Mia Tui is still 30 metres ahead, and Lucy Francis pushed up into third. 5 or 6 metres now, and McPhillips, McGibbon 30 metres back, and then Ashley Garner, who was second at that Open State Steeplechase Championship race, sits just 30 metres behind McGibbon here, the Sydney University competitor.
So to be fair, the qualifying standard is utterly absurd at 11:07. And so you're really looking towards the qualification spots. So the only one in the quota right now is Carafane Ryan, and she currently sits 37th in the order of entry. Amy Cashin currently 44th, and Georgia Winkup currently sitting 3rd in 54th. But Brielle Erbica is another athlete who you'd expect to be prominent this domestic season. And there's 2 key races for these athletes who are most likely going to qualify on points this season, and they will be the Australian Championships in Adelaide, which will be a B standard, and then the one that is absolutely worth its weight in gold points-wise is the Oceania Championships, which will be held in Suva, Fiji, a little bit later in the year, and you can bet.
It's changed a lot, those Oceania champs. They used to send a weekend team to that, and in the developing countries as well, but now
rolled gold points they are, the GL level, so the equivalent of winning a Diamond League final is what the Oceania Championships are. It's a lot more points than even a Murray Plant at gold. It's absolute rolled gold. Now the critical thing there, of course, to remember is that Australia can only send 3 athletes.
Yep.
So with 4 or 5 vying for qualification, most likely on points, it will be absolutely critical who can perform at Adelaide to get selected for that Oceania.
Yeah, that's
team.
why this domestic season's been so important. While it's almost like it's out of necessity as well. The athletes have to perform and back up as well to prove the selectors that it's not just around the time of Paris, but it's also those lead-up events where they can get the points to assert their spot on that Australian team. So you can't be picked if you're out of the quota, I believe. But if we have more athletes than needed, then it comes down to discretion. But Winkup here, see what this gap between her and Tui is not extending a great deal at the moment. So they've both settled into a really good rhythm. France is in a clear 3rd at the moment.
So you're right, Breen. The only way to guarantee yourself selection on the Olympic team is to have the qualifying standard and to win the Australian title. So athletes would have to hit the mark and then go to Adelaide and pick up a win. Second place puts you in a very good position under the selection policy, but it's not guaranteed. And for the time being, there's no one in Australia capable of going to nationals and picking up that automatic qualification spot in the steeple. So these points, and handy points here tonight actually for Georgia if she's able to run quick, because this is a D category meet, a challenger on the Continental Tour.
So it's above a state championship level for points.
Yep.
So quality incentive up for grabs here. 40 metres the margin. Hasn't changed a great deal, as was said. Winkup at the front of this field. Mia Tui, the Sutherland athlete. 10:33 personal best for the steeplechase here. And we've also got Lucy Francis as well under that mark, 10:36.26. So
she has a distinctive style here. So look at Winks coming down the straight here. She'll just step out as she approaches the hurdle. You can see there, she just steps to the outside of lane 1. And so runs on the rail, and obviously there's the steel base of the steeple. And if we just watch her live here, it's just her running style, always has been since she was in the juniors.
Thanks for putting that on for us.
So Winkup into the advanced stages of this race. So Whincup just working away around the back. She's clocking in about 85-second laps. Now you have to remember, inside water jump here.
So Mia Tui's last lap was quicker there, so 124. So has confirmed the possibility that, well, definitely on paper and factually, they're getting a little bit closer together. Lucy Francis with a 129 lap there, same as Ruby McPhillips. So if she can see what they can do, and this gap is not going, and what an opportunity here for Mia Tui. Try and get within striking distance of the Tokyo Olympian in the 3,000 metre steeplechase, but we're really at the back end now as they get ready to collect the bell. Whincup with 8:54 on the clock. See how quick she can go. The World University Games bronze medalist from 2023 she is, and the junior who's got a big future ahead of her in this distance and the shorter races as well. The 1500, she's got quality, and the battle for third is on here. Lucy Francis, she made the move early. She's holding it at the moment. Allegra McGiven is coming closer. She's gone past Ruby McPhillips here, and McPhillips is going to try and dig deep and try to get herself on the podium in this strong field with
so
McGiven.
Battle for some cash there. $400 on the line for the bronze medal position here. 9:23. The qualifying standard has ticked over, so not unexpected. We're expecting Georgia to run that standard here. First race over the barriers of the year. But it is a good go for the bronze medal, Breen.
Certainly is, as they head down the back straight for the final time. And can you believe it? She has absolutely flown here, Allegra McGiven. I'll tell you what, she has just gone into third place and past Lucy Francis. She had about 40 metres, I reckon, to make up, and now she's made that up and accelerating ahead.
She was, lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than her last time around.
She did the same lap as Georgia Whincup's last one, so plenty happening in behind. But Georgia Whincup's your champion here, ladies and gentlemen, in the women's 3,000 metre steeplechase, and one of many Olympians here tonight at the Albie Thomas Mile. And keep the support coming here for Mia Tui, who's just done a big personal best by about 7 or 8 seconds, I think, and another World Under 20 qualifying mark for her. And Lucy Francis won't be too far outside of that, but fighting hard. What a last couple of laps here from Allegra McGiven from Sydney University to come across the line and be $400 richer, with Lucy Francis just behind, and back to Ruby McPhillips, who's had a strong couple of races here. Not a lot of opportunities, you said, to do a 3K steeple, particularly one with quality around you, and the girls taking advantage of it here as the next of our KJ's athletes across the line. Ashley Garner, as we said, second at the New South Wales Open Championship and getting the job done here tonight as well. Not too far outside, 11 minutes on the clock for her.
So Georgia looks like she's felt it for her first race over the barriers this season. If we can manage to get her up and about, we'll have a word with her. And at the very least, she'll be $1,200 richer for the experience. So no complaints as she heads home this evening. As she makes her way up, Breen, we might see if we can get a word with her.
Give us some time, yeah. Well done. Nice job. Well done. Job.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks. Can I have a second?
Yeah, sure.
I've had gas for 3.
It's a good run then. Well. We'll do the usual.
just about to get into the first of our graded mile races. Back to the sort of usual milers programming. And the first of those races will be the men's mile G race. And that's your start list on screen. So they just get themselves organised. So from the inside out, Retrieva De Silva, Lachlan Arance, Darren Purcell, Jason Hosking, Russell Taylor, David Costello, Felix McGibbon, Richard Sakis, and Archie Herb. So that'll be our start list for the men's G race in the mile. So some of the crowd starting to filter out onto the track. They'll be piled around there later on, but not too far from the start now. The men's G race. Clearly away. We did see a false start in the 800 metres at the state championships, so can happen. And in a wonderful example of all-comers racing here, the very short figure out the front, and some of his taller competitors in behind him, but a very quick start here for the youngster. And as the beautiful sunset starts to descend on the crest, the breeze starting to die down as well, so the famous perfect middle distance conditions that this track is known for starting to emerge and bodes well for later on this evening. So I think this is young Archie Herb, if I'm not mistaken. And come down and run through 409 in about 72 or thereabouts. And indeed it is young Archie Herb, a short figure. Jason Hosking of the Blue Mountain sits in behind him. Retrieva De Silva next for Wests. So they get themselves sorted out. It's still Archie Herb with a sizable gap on the rest of this field. You can see the difference in stature as they work their way up the back, and a lovely shot there on screen of the gorgeous sunset here at the Crest. It's produced some very fast racing in recent times. Hopefully this afternoon as we get to these 800s and miles will be no different. So Herb showing no signs of letting up at the front of the field, 2:12 as he runs through 900. And getting the support of the crowd as he comes down through 800 metres. He was 72 the first time around, 70 seconds I should say, the first time around.
Go DC!
Comes through now in a 77. So it's slowed down, but so have all of those in behind him. 75 for Dave Costello of Delta, who now finds himself in second position.
I saw it, so.
So Herb through the 1,000 now in 3:09. Biggest threat coming from Dave Costello in behind him. Delta. So they swing up into the straight. That gap is starting to close up a bit. Just about to pick up the bell. And so Some of his older compatriots might finally be starting to bear down on young Archie Herb Breen. Picks up the bell in about 3:45 or so.
It's going to be a great finish, isn't it? Archie Herb at the front, 20 metres in it. Here we go. Who's your pick? It's on for young and old over the final 350 metres. What about this race for third? So it's Purcell on the front of Russell Taylor here, the Scots College athlete in there as well. Felix McGibbon. Is that a relation? Felix McGibbon? There you go, 300 metres to go for third place here. And Purcell has probably just put in a little bit of a surge. Herb's still holding at the moment. Look at the height difference. It's literally double the size. 200 metres to go. We're at 4:25 on the clock for the men's G race mile. Who's going to take out the first mile win of the night? Herb's gone again. The leg speed, the little legs are motoring. 1:50 to go. Who's going to have the closing speed here? And have a look at the race for third. So Purcell's not going to have it his own way as we see the Scots College athlete Felix McGibbon move wide. But Herb at the moment is holding. Is he going to hold it the whole time though? It's going to come. I've never seen anything like this before. Delta will it be? Oh, come on. Oh, seriously. There you go. So David Costello's come through and taken the win. You can't question the effort of both of them. They definitely gave it absolutely everything. And Jason Hosking from Blue Mountains coming through just behind there. And now we've got the Campbelltown athlete, Lachlan Arons, and also Russell Taylor. So David Costello, 5:02, he closed in at 73 seconds. A great run by him. And Archie Herb, 5:02.90, just behind there. Felix McGibbon, another 1:09 close for him from the Scots College. He bolts it home, the quickest last lap in the field. And Darren Purcell, 5:09.05 for fourth position there in a great race. One of the best races, and it's come from the G race in the men's mile. So we're going to run through these graded races in reverse order, of course. F, then E, into D before the first of our women's mile events. But an incredible opportunity for our juniors in their final tune-up before the National Championships and our Masters as well to give them a run for their money, just like we saw then in the G race.
Talk about.
Well done, eh? It's how to learn.
Well done. I knew you were well done. Did you do that delivery?
So a few scenes in the G race, Brady.
Yep.
Well, moving on, we've got the next of our graded mile races coming up. This is the men's F race, and there's your start list on screen. Just getting themselves organised now and lined up. Send this hand to the starter now. So some unsteadiness at the start of the men's F race. I think they've gotten themselves cleanly away now. And
so run through the field here in this men's F race. So number 1, Nicholas Remedios, Sydney University. Number 2, Satyendra Yogeshwaran of Kembla Joggers. Number 3, Josiah Walters, hooked on running. Number 4, Billy Herb, Saw his brother just before from Illawong. Number 5, Toby Ward, UTS North. Number 6, Xavier Zara from Hills District. Number 7, Ethan Tierney from Kembla Joggers. Number 8, Ewan Richards of Run Crew. Number 9 is Matthew Westwood of Camden Athletics. In 10, Chris Gatt, Delta Running Project. 11 from Camden, Lucas Grimer. Number 12, Anthony Downs of Sutherland. Andrew Cross goes for Sutherland in hip number 13. And Cameron Baxter wears number 14 here for Nowra Athletics Club. So as they move into the straight, we're moving a couple wide. Cross is just being shuffled back a little bit in the pack there as we see a new leader emerge coming to the front. Hip number 3 here. So this is Josiah Walters, who's really started to do some damage here, just behind. The only one to go with him at the moment is Satyendra Yan Kam Yugoswaran, and Andrew Cross finds himself in third with a big decision to make in the next lap.
And he was very keen, was he, Walters, to get off the rail there. He really jumped across the heels of Yogeshwaran, and he's found himself where he wanted to be, which is at the front of the field, but really darted out as they went down the straight for the last time. Breen, it feels like that breeze is just starting to die down a bit, and we don't want to jinx it, but we might well be on for that sort of perfect middle distance conditions for later on.
Certainly is, and times and titles up for grabs here at the Albie Thomas Mile for 2024, but it all starts here. It all starts in these lower grade races, which can be just as exciting like we just saw in the last race on the track, particularly when we've got some less experienced athletes not 100% sure how they do pace a mile, for example, and urgency at the start is so crucial because they want to get straight to that inside run on the bend rather than have 100 metres to sort themselves out. So they've separated even more here. And the hooked on running athlete, Josiah Walters at the front, but not for long. Rolling past his soldier, his Yogeshwaran of Kembla Joggers, and Cross is next through. He'll be followed by Xavier Zara from Hills, and then leading a group of 3 in behind is Cameron Baxter from Nowra.
So the pace just dropped a little bit though. 67 first time around, and remembering that was for the 409, and 70 seconds that time around, so it has just slowed up a little bit. Yogeshwaran now at the front with Walters and Andrew Cross, one of the real regulars on the Milers program, finds himself up near the front, and as they head around, it's the leading trio covered by about 20 metres or so. And I'll see the one on the lap boards as they swing into the straight for the second to last time.
So Cross is just edging closer step by step here to our race leader at the front. With 500 metres to go, ladies and gentlemen, here in the stadium, let's make some noise for these athletes because a mile is not an easy race to pace. We know that, and Andrew Cross is getting a little bit closer to Yogeshwaran of Kembla Joggers, who put in a mighty surge 400 metres ago. And hanging tough our early leader here, Josiah Walters finds himself in third. The Hills athlete Xavier Zara, and then Herb's in amongst it as well. Cameron Baxter's leading that chase group, and moving up to his shoulder is Ethan Tierney. But along the back straight, we see a second effort here by Yogeshwaran.
Yeah, so he's just finding something, isn't he? He's got Cross for company. It's certainly not an insurmountable gap, as we've seen in some of the mile races already here this evening. Picture perfect night in the background, but he has found another gear as he swings around the home bend for the last time, Yogeshwaran, and as he rounds up the straight, he's going to have what I think will now be an unassailable lead on Andrew Cross. And as they come into the straight now, no doubts about the winner. 67, 70, 73, and he's going to have closed in about a 70-second last lap. So a nice close for Yogeshwaran, who comes home to take the win in 4:43.68 last 400. Andrew Cross closed well as well. And the rest of this field now starting to filter in. Tierney third over the line in 4:55. So we get the last of our finishers now in the men's F race. So as we're familiar with from the Milers, Breen, we'll power our way through these We're already up to the men's E-race. There's your start list on screen.
So good evening and welcome everyone. If you've just arrived here at the Crest, it's turning out to be great conditions. The E-race we're up to at the moment as we get right into the thick of the program now. We've had some great races to start us off with the 400 metre hurdles. Great to see Sarah Carley, one of the best Australians of all time over the distance. She did an Olympic qualifier last time on this track. It's a quick track with so many good races in the past, and that New South Wales Milers meet last time round, which we saw so many personal bests go down, and Cameron Myers headlining that, which we'll see later on tonight over half the distance. But the men's E-race is next up on the track, and we'll go through the field once they do get underway. Strong representation here by the current winter premiers, Randwick Botany, with I think 3 representatives in this field, the usual suspects as well. And we got Maitland, country representative here as well. So just about in the hands of the starter for the men's E-race for the 1 mile here at the Albie Thomas for 2024.
A bit of discussion. So off we go in men's E-race as they get themselves underway. First 9 metre dash, and that seating's going to be really important later on tonight, Breen, because it's not like the 1500 a few weeks ago where we're able to line up so many of them along the back straight because you've got that 100 metre straight dash to sort it out. With a bit of sage advice to the guys on the second row, they all sorted themselves out pretty smoothly, but a mile's just not like that. You're straight onto the turn after just 9 metres.
Certainly is a bit of argy-bargy, and they're really condensed as a pack. Cameron Bloom, the one to go to the front now and take control, and hasn't he had a great couple of months as well, the youngster from Hills District, and he's going to lead this thrilled through. Did a bit of a surge just to get there. Now he's decelerated again, and they're all going to pack in behind him, and they're going to run about 3 or 4 wide into the straight in this men's E1 mile event. Have a look at how wide. We've got someone here as well, one of the run crew competitors, but to his outside, the Blue Mountains man. I think that might be Logan Hosking going through. It is trailed here by the Trinity athlete. Samuel Oliver up there as well. Tucked on the inside is Scott's. One of his teammates had a great run earlier. Ellis Hayden, this is for the Scots College, pushing himself up. He's in a really good position at the moment, but it's Bloom at the front. Single file starting to string out now for the first time.
So just getting themselves sorted out, as you said, Dottie. As you said, Preeny, Cameron Todd's just finding his way to the rail there for the home club, Bankstown, and it was a very bunched field when they were around this side of the track 400 metres ago. Is now just started to stretch out a little bit. Logan Hosking of the Blue Mountains has made it really a race in 2 out the front between himself and Bloom. As they swing around into the straight for the second time, 2:05 on the clock. Bloom from Hosking, and then a bit of a gap back to Bryn Darby, that is of Sutherland. And they're just starting to thin out a bit here now as they spin down the straight. And 800 metres left to go. Hosking has perhaps a telling little look over the shoulder for the Blue Mountains. He's got a gap of about 5 metres, 6 metres back to Darby of Sutherland, but interesting that he was having that look over the shoulder still with a couple of laps to go.
So as I go through here, Cameron Bloom, he's a very highly accomplished steeplechase and one of the highlights of the Australian All-Schools, where he ran away with a strong victory. In 11 seconds, he took off the championship record on that occasion. And here he is, showing his versatility as well. There's only one to go with him at the moment, and that is our man from the Blue Mountains here, Logan Hosking. And one just off the back of them now. Then a big gap to the next of the chasers in the men's E-Race 1 mile. What a great opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get behind them. 3:20 on the clock. So we're about to see the business end of this race. We've got Breen Darby who's pushing himself up here. So Breen of Sutherland is pushing himself up and getting close to Hosking, who's surged a little bit, and he responded very well. There was only a slight injection of pace there by Cameron Bloom, but it's enough maybe to really test him out. The chase pack here is being led by the Trinity competitor as well coming through, and not really shaking the others too much, but along the back straight for the final time. Looks like a race in two.
Certainly does, doesn't it? And they're just working their way up the back. The Hosking is going to be able to challenge here. Still some of these athletes picking up the bell, so the gap has closed up. It's just a metre or two now. So there was 70 seconds the last time around. See what they're able to close in here, but Bloom just seems to have found a little bit of an extra leg on the front here. And Hosking will range out, try to come at him. Bloom still on the front. Hosking now just starting to surge out. It's another good go here in these graded mile races. Bloom's trying to hang on. Hosking dives at him. I reckon Bloom just. But we'll wait for the photo. And to be fair to Bloom, Brady did absolutely all the work out front. Would have been stiff to be nailed on the line.
Certainly did. Cameron Dodd's had a big finish there as well for Bankstown, so well done to him and all of our finishers here in the men's E-Race. So, still awaiting confirmation. Will it come down to the thousandths of a second? Saw a couple of races at Sydney Track Classic last weekend where they had to get the third decimal place out. And even then, sometimes it's hard to separate them, but Cameron Bloom or Logan Hosking, one of them got the win. Men's E-Race.
Just waiting on the photo.
The tension is building.
Yeah, it looked like Cameron Bloom live, but we're front on here, so a bit harder than usual to judge that. And just a little bit of a delay here waiting for the results to come through. There's some of our helpful club volunteers clear the hurdles off the track. And next to our racers makes their way out there. So, well, there we go. Cameron Bloom did get it, 4:35.77.
Oh.
Just 100th of a second ahead of Logan Hosking. So that's the sort of margins we are dealing with here.
So the men's D-Race next up on the track for the 1 mile distance, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Albie Thomas 2024. Field 14 competitors. Another big range of ages here, and we've got seed times from 4:14 through to about 4:35 here. So the men's D-Race shaping up to be a cracker, just about ready to be placed in the hands of the starter. So underway here, and as they try to jostle for position, it looks like maybe hip number 12 there, Thomas Giles and Mossman, one of the most aggressive out, and they'll just try and time their run into lane number 1 as well to try and keep out of trouble here as well. But running through the field in the men's D-Race, William Litchfield with number 1 from Sydney Athletics Academy, Nathan Smith number 2 for Run Crew, Oliver Baxter 3 from Nowra Athletics Club, Zach Roon 4, UTS Norths, Angus Thompson is 5, Ewan Groves in 6 for Ramic Botany, Alessio Parisi in 7 for UTS Norths, Lincoln Judge wears hip number 8 for Run Crew, Rowan Nan number 9 of Manly Warringah, number 10 Cohen Morgan of Maitland, number 11 Harrison Baxter of Nowra Athletics Club, number 12 is Thomas Giles of Mossman, 13 Alexander Skeffington, and number 14 Moses Fowler of Kembla Joggers as they work their way into the home stretch. And pretty condensed at the moment, just sorting themselves out. Who's going to make the first strike? We're only 409 metres in the clock, and the pace is on here. So 66 through 409, they are moving. So at the moment, we've got Moses Fowler in front of Ewan Groves.
So working their way around, you can see that mid-pack still just bunched up a little bit, but the front half a dozen just starting to lean themselves out here. Things organised. So 65 last time around for Fowler, and matched by Ewan Groves in behind him for Randwick Botany. So work their way around, a little bit of a move forward by Giles of Mossman, and they swing into the straight for the second time, and things just really under control at the moment. Victorian Angus Thompson, a tall figure on the outside there, sitting in a nice position. Groves of Randwick tucked right up in behind Fowler. There's still a little bit of breeze around, and so run crews. Now Lincoln Judge also putting himself a bit further forward now. He'll probably be fourth or something as he hits the tape, but he's put himself up onto that shoulder of Thompson, the Victorian, and clearly had enough gas in the tank to be happy enough to go around the outside here as they work their way around the first turn. Still no change at the lead with Fowler, but just a couple of little moves coming in behind, and Judge seems happy to sit on the back of Cohen Morgan of Maitland as one of the Manly Warringah youngsters looks to round a few of them up.
And this is where you see interesting tactics as well. Some people are really comfortable for the whole race sitting on the shoulder and out from the rail. You see that so often. Others don't want to have a disrupted stride, and some are happy to sit on the rail and try and adjust their stride length to stay as close as they possibly can to the heels without getting clipped. We've got a big contingent here who are still in with a shot at winning this men's D race for the 1 mile. Very hard to pick it at this point. We got 1 lap to go. Who's your pick, everyone? Let's give them some support here as they come through for the bell. Big move at the moment by Ewan Groves. He goes to the front. Also in there is Moses Fowler, Cohen Morgan of Maitland as well. Man from the ACT too coming through here in strong contention with 300 to go. We've still got probably 5 in it with 300 to run along the back straight, and still a Randwick Botany athlete, Ewan Groves at the front of this field, really doing a good job here to try and test them. Also up there is Rowan Nan of Manly Warringah trying to push through as well. We've still got a lot in it with 150 to go. A couple trying to make their run for home and time it so they don't get lactic and hold this speed along the back. You can see them gathering momentum around the back. They're going to swing into the straight. 4, 5 wide here in the men's D race. And here we go. So it's going to come right down to the line. Hip number 9 coming through. Rowan Nan of Manly Warringah, but ahead of him and taking the win is Moses Fowler. So a great race. Big finishes all round and nothing in it between our top 6 or 8 competitors there in the men's D race. That's what we love about the milers. Great at base, on time. 64 seconds the last lap. Rowan Nan, 63 seconds the last lap. 4:27.65 for Moses Fowler. Rowan Nan, 4:27.67. Zach Room, 4:28.55. Ewan Groves did some strong work at the front, 4:28.70. Zach Room closed in a 61 seconds for the D race. Impressive stuff.
Made every poster winner, didn't he? Did all the work out the front, managed to hang on this time, as did Blown in the race before him, as we see the ladies heading out for the first of our graded mile races in the women's. And it will be the women's C mile. So they get themselves organised, and there's the start list on screen. Plenty of these athletes well familiar with the track and regulars in the Milers series, which this meet effectively forms the grand final of in the New South Wales Milers in any event, inspired by its Victorian counterparts. And so you can see the girls there lining up just about right, ready for a start. So they get their final instructions from the officials. Like they're just about right to go. The first of our women's graded miles of the Albie Thomas program.
So away here in the women's C race, the 1 mile, going through the field. Kirsty Beattie wears number 1. Number 2, Gypsy Waterson of Bankstown Sports. Angela Jebb, number 3 for Run Crew. Number 4, Jenna Hayden of Sutherland. Number 5, Darcy Costello of Run Crew. Brooke Carson, number 6 of Sutherland. In 7, Kate Jason of Kembla Joggers. Matilda Richards wears number 8 for Run Crew. Number 9, Sophie Gosha of Sydney University. Taylor Tracy, number 10 from Bankstown Sports. Alice Ling, number 11 of Hornsby District. Shane Hargraves, number 12 from Bankstown Sports. Alina Kudashiva of Western Creek, and 13, Kayla McLean, Kembla Joggers, number 14.
So Hargraves straight to the front for Bankstown. And she's got Jenna Hayden of Sutherland for company, just sitting there in 3rd position. But the Bankstown pair at the moment sitting at the front of proceedings. And Hargraves, of course, part of the Limitless Track team. Same stable that Jayla Hancock Cameron comes out of to compete in the main events later on this evening. And Hargraves at the moment, we're trying to make a point about some seeding as she skips out to a lead of, call it 10 metres or so.
We've also got up there Taylor Tracy as well. She's sitting not too far off the pace. Jenna Hayden up there as Kirsty Beattie, and also Kate Jason of Kembla Joggers. In that order as they work their way through the early stages. A few shifts now starting to happen as they look to try and reel in our race leader. They don't want to let her get too far in front. The elastic band hasn't broken at the moment. This chase group's actually working quite well, Matt, here along the back straight.
Certainly is, isn't it? It's working nicely, and Hargraves now able to just even possibly extend that lead out a little bit further. The chase pack comprises, I'll call it 6 athletes or so, something like that. Kirsty Beattie of the ACT's up there, so is Kate Gayson, I think has taken on the lead of the peloton. Hargraves at the moment still forming this breakaway roll. And she'll see 2 laps on the boards as she comes up, and the peloton have got their act together, Breeny, and that gap is now closed back up. And as they hit 2 laps to go, we may just, not quite, but very close to having a new leader as they swung around with Kate Guyson of Kembla Joggers finding the shoulder of Hargraves.
They've had a strong start to the night so far, Kembla Joggers. Kate Jason, Michaela McLean, courtesy of them in this one, and they've found themselves 1st and 2nd here. As the pack starts to bunch in behind them, Hargraves getting plenty of coverage now on the rail. She'll look to find a way out soon. But KJ is driving this pace at the front as we tick over 3 minutes on the clock. When we have a look at the seed times, we're looking at a big range here from 440 in the 440s through to about 520, mid 520s. So big range here, but at the moment they're much more congested than what the seed time shows. Our lead pack starts to really form and start to get organised here. So could we potentially have 4 just off the back, and if they can get moving now, they can join this group of about 6 competitors at the front of this field, and they're still off the rails, so the pace is still in the aerobic zone for some of these athletes. I reckon they got one more effort in them with 450 to go.
They're getting sorted out now, aren't they? The moves starting to come down the outside. Guyson still leads proceedings as they hit the tape. And as they swing around now, it's Brooke Carson and Kirsty Beattie, who look to be the most notable of the threats at this stage. As they swing around to the back straight for the last time. Here come the moves now. So Guyson tries to kick away for KJ's. And the chasers coming in behind her one of the Sydney University athletes, Sophie Gosha, a bit of a steeplechase specialist, Sophie, in her junior career. Tries the mile flat here, but that gap is just opening up to about 10 metres, Breen.
Yep, so as they go through, all in the last 200 metres, KJ's at the front. Can she be caught here? Might be Michaela McLean, actually. She goes through with 150 to go. And look how much they're separated now, but do not read too much into it because there could be a big surge coming through. Someone who might look down and out always can find something left in the final stages here. As we see McLean go towards the line here, looks at the moment like she's a winner, and she'll hold on for KJ's to come through and take the win. So Michaela McLean in first, back to Sophie Gosha in second, Kirsty Beattie followed by Kate Jason, and then back to Brooke Carson of Southern District on her home track. Taylor Tracy coming across the line, followed by our early leader there, Jana Hargraves, Richards, Kudashiva, and also from Sutherland, Jenna Hayden across the line. The women's mile C race here at the Albie Thomas for 2024, so some strong runs there. And I think some personal bests definitely went down in that one. Conditions pretty good at the moment. Michaela McLean's time, 5:05.61. Sophie Gosha, 5:07.42. Kirsty Beattie from the nation's capital, 5:08.39. We're looking at 72, 73 and 74 seconds last laps for our top three respectively. And Kate Jason just off the podium there in fourth, 5:10.06. For the women's C mile, so next up on the track, we've got the men's mile for the C race here. And some quality fields. We've got some sub 4:20 athletes in this race, so a few sub 4 minute 1500 runners will do battle here in the men's 1 mile C race. We'll introduce the field after they get underway. So away here as they look to try and assert themselves in the pecking order around the band. You can see already trying to own their own time and space. The men's C race underway. Now, hip number 1 for Jutha Amali of Sydney University. Joel Harlan number 2 for Bankstown Sports. Charles Bennett number 3 from the University of New South Wales. Ryan Kuzda wears 4. Number 5 Julian Wiley of Randwick Botany. Number 6 Brett Halls of Run Crew. Number 7 Nick McGill of Nowra. Number 8, Miles Carson of the Scots College. Number 10, Maclay Kesby of Kembla Joggers. Number 10, Will Hayden, the Scots College. Number 11, Hamish Hunter of Randwick Botany. Number 12, Ben Graham from Sydney University. The whole field spread by 10 to 12 metres at the moment. It's all that's in it. 3 across the track. The men's C race. So Julian Wiley takes that inside position. On the outside of him, we've got Joel Harler. Then further outside, we've got Maclay Kesby of Kembla Joggers tucked back in there as well. We've got Hamish Hunter, who's in a very good spot through the 409 metres. So it's quick running. The 1:08 thereabouts. As they go down the back straight, so still nothing separating them. Randwick Botany, Bankstown, Nowra, a couple of Randwick Botanies, and our man from the Scots College there as well in Miles Carson in a good spot. 600 metres into this race. And they start to just open it up a little bit more, start to just inject the slightest amount of pace here in this men's 1 mile sea race. But the whole field, they're even more congested this time around than what they were last time. So this is going to be shaping up to be a cracking race almost at the halfway point. Very hard to pick it here. They're 5 abreast, more packed than what they were before. One thing that hasn't changed, Julian Wiley's at the front, but not for long as we see Miles Carson go straight around him. Then we've got Ben Graham as well. 2 Sydney University in this field. Couple of Randwick Botany, Bankstown, Nowra, and Miles Carson is at the front of this field. Let's see if he puts it up a notch or if he just keeps it as it is. Probably injected it a little bit more. No one has dropped off yet. 2:40 on the clock here. So the pace is on, they've wound it up. 1:07 was the last lap from Miles Carson, Julian Wiley, Joel Harlan, Macleay Kesby, Ben Graham in that order. Last time they came round, and a surge now. The change of leaders. Will this do some damage to this pack? They're still together here with 500 metres to go in the men's sea race. Who's your pick? It's hard to tell. With 450 metres to go, McGill's now putting himself in a really good spot to strike if he's got the closing speed to match it. But at the front here is Ryan Kuzner going for home. Brett Hall's making himself known as well. The Scots boys have got 2 in the mix for a win here in the men's sea race at the Albie Thomas Mile. And as we see at the front here, Ryan Kuzner starting to try and get away from everyone else, the stampede that's coming behind him. They're all bunched up. You can see on the big screen here at the venue. Look how wide they're going around with 200 metres to go. Poke himself right out there as well. We've got another one of the Scots boys pushing through, and Brett Halls goes to the front here. So Brett Halls from Run Crew, the most senior athlete in this field. Is he going to towel them all up?
I got a tip here. He's try to have a crack at the Australian Masters record as well as Halls, but into the straight, Brainy.
And wide here for Sydney University too, and Carson up there as well. Carson's holding at the moment, but not for long around, and it's Graham who gets it. So Ben Graham from Sydney University has stopped the clock there at a 4:23.23, closing in a 60 seconds. Miles Carson 4:23.76, and Brett Hall's 4:24.12. We'll try and check that Masters record for you, but Charles Bennett 4th with a 4:24.82. Will Hayden gets himself in the top 5 with a 4:25.03. Some strong racing. They were more bunched in the middle part than what they were even at the start. You can see how crucial positioning is here in these mile races, particularly if you're not aggressive off the start, you're going to have to work a hell of a lot harder than everyone else to get into the prime position to strike.
It is a real luck of the draw thing as well, isn't it? The wider you are, the sort of easier it is to get across. But you do what you can, and getting ready for the next of our women's mile races here, so getting themselves sorted out. And
no, give it to him.
so not too far away from the start list here. This is the women's B mile, and Brainy, this race and the men's equivalent have produced some real crackers over the years here at the Albie Thomas. It's another handy start list here as well. From the inside out, Maya Abel. On her inside, Lucinda Older, Jessica Khan, Sienna Colossi, Amy Bennett, Olivia Galang, I think there's a late scratching here. Ruth Costello, Tia Brady has had a big domestic season, Matilda Cole, Annabelle Miller, and they've taken off.
They certainly have been very aggressive, Tia Brady and also Erin Blundell in the early stages here. You can also see Jessica Khan, who's one of the very strong Bankstown juniors and one of the best in the country as well as they look to try and get themselves in an optimal position here. So a couple of juniors to watch out for. Maya Abel got a couple of podiums at the under 17 races at the New South Wales Champs. First in the 3K, third in the 1500. Jessica Khan, who's at the pointy end of this field, silver medalist in the 1500 for her age group at state juniors, and of course did win the 3,000 metres as well. So they're fresh off a state championship. This is their final hit out before the national titles in Adelaide, and what confidence booster it will be. Again, the mile rarely run distance, but an opportunity here to post a very fast time. But at the front of this field, not really a surprise with Erin Blundell at the front. And in behind them now we go to Sienna Colosi. Jessica Khan's in a good spot. On the inside of them is Brady. Now comes Aspen Lambert. On the back of them is Maya Abel. And behind her is Ruth Costello of Run Crew. So pretty much.
So it's a common trait of these B races, and they've produced some absolute crackers over the years. And Riley Bryce in the men's mile championship lad tonight is a good example of what can happen if you do win a B mile race. It just bolsters your chances of being seeded in a championship race next time around. He will line up tonight in the men's Albie Thomas Mile, but Erin Blundell still driving the bus here and able to control the tempo. Just kicks out to a lead of a metre or so. She's got one of the Bankstown athletes just sitting in behind her. It's still a pretty wide pack here as they work around. A couple of the athletes getting into a position of prominence. Jessica Khan is the shorter figure of the Bankstown, just sitting inside her, Lucinda Holder of Sydney University, and Aspen Lambert also prominent. You can see some of the shorter figures on the outside. That's Ruth Costello of Run Crew in the black crop that finds a way all the way to the outside. So you can throw a blanket over this field, Breeny, as they see the half mile to go.
So not dissimilar to how the other race was run. They've condensed a bit. Brady getting plenty of coverage right in the middle of it. She's got bodies all around her at the moment. And Blundell, as she's done from the start of this race, sits in the lead position ahead of Jessica Khan. He's trying to wind it up a little bit now, but like the race before in the men's C race, we have not seen too many drop off at all at this point. So with a lap and a half to go, it's anyone's race, and Blundell's still controlling the tempo. She still looks pretty comfortable though. So Costello's right there, and now Aspen Lambert has moved up into second place for the first time, making her presence felt right at the pointy end of this field.
One of the Mingara youngsters as well, Maya Abel, has just advanced herself around the outside there of a few of them. Jessica Khan just starting to get swallowed up on the rail a little bit. So still 6, 7, 8 chances in this field you'd have to fancy with 450 metres to run. Blundell has made every poster winner so far, but you'd expect there's some challenges coming on her outside. Ruth Costello looks probably the most dangerous of them. They were 75 last time around. Blundell still controlling the tempo. So Aspen Lambert, Ruth Costello in behind them, and it was a 75 again.
So Colosi, another one of the medalists, third in the 1500, second in the 3K, those under 16 events of the New South Wales Juniors. So we've got plenty of high quality juniors, and often the B races are full of those junior athletes. Blundell at the front, she's ramped it up. Lambert there, Colosi not far away. Abel, you can see just on the inside of lane 2, the widest at the moment. A bit of work to do though to get up to our front, our leaders, but Colosi's still in with a chance here, and I reckon she's going to move wide around the shoulder of Aspen Lamb, and she does, and she's chasing down Erin Blundell. And have a look at Ruth Costello too in 4th position. Those 4, it'll be a race in between. This could be the potential to get into the A race next year. You never know. The women's mile B race coming down to the line. Who's it going to be? Blundell and Colosi around the outside. Blundell holding at the moment. Colosi's really coming with a run and really going to make a significant surge. So will Ruth Costello in second. I reckon she might have got there. Blundell and back to Aspen Lambert, to Annabelle Miller and Tia Brady as well. 4:55.54, 71 seconds she closed in. 4:56.00 for Ruth Costello in second. 1:11.89, and Erin Blundell led for pretty much the whole thing, 90%. 4:56 15. Aspen Lambert, another strong performance by her in the women's 1 mile B race. Another cracking run. And Colosi with a very, very strong performance for the athlete who's fresh off a couple of podium positions and looking good into the National Championships. What a race we've got coming up next as well. In the men's 1 mile B race, quality everywhere as well. The return of some athletes as well that we haven't seen for a bit of time, but we've got some real young competitors here. Youngers is 16, and we've got 1 or 2 masters as well.
So there's the start list for the men's B mile. And this race has produced some absolute crackers over the years at this meet. It ends up being deeply competitive and a pretty evenly seeded race, it must be said, and all the seed times here sit around about the 4:10 mark. You could throw a dartboard and hit any number of them that sit at 4:10. So before they get underway, we might just run through this start list, Breen, given we're in the serious end of these miles.
Men's 1 mile B race. We'll run through the field quickly now. Number 1, Matt Dawson, Delta Running Project. Number 2, from UTS North, Jasper Scamps Magro, who's the under 18 New South Wales 1500 champion in silver in the 800. Third, in the order from Trinity Athletics Club, Luca Gillard. Number 4 from Sydney Uni, Lachlan Townsend. Number 5, Isaac Holbertson. Number 6 from Trinity, Matthew McLaughlin, also 1500 champion in the under 17s at juniors. Number 7, Adam Brunch at Ryde. Number 8, Josh O'Connell, who was terrific at state juniors with a gold and a silver there. Number 10, Max Russell from Randwick Botany. Good to see him back here at the Crest. Number 11 from Sydney Uni, Ben Bishop. Number 12, Daniel Dreyer. Number 13, Braden Everett from Newcastle Flyers. Harm Sharp, who is number 14 from Bankstown Sports. Men's 1 mile B race. So underway, and it looks like our outside athletes here. Braden Everett's gone away the quickest. On the outside of him, Harm Sharp's also pushed up into a pretty good position with a bit of room to move here at the front. Townsend in a good position. Tucked away is Luca Gillard.
Breen just swallows a fly, so as they work down the back straight. A few of the Sydney University boys just starting to dial things up on the outside. Ben Bishop happy to sit wide in the run at the moment. And as they sort themselves out, Harm Sharp of Bankstown, and get that man a new singlet. He's going to sit 1 off the rail and about 3 back.
You can have my t-shirt, Matt.
So 500, 300 I should say, into the run. And they sort themselves out now. We'll get the first of the splits as they come down the outside, but Trinity's Luca Gillard happy to sit wide.
So Matthew McLaughlin as well, who's been super impressive this season. So Harm Sharp getting coverage. In behind him, we've also got Adam Brunch, who was 3rd at the Open State Championships in the Steeplechase here. But as they work their way around, it's pretty impressive pace at the front. Townsend in a good place at the moment. Everett's the tall figure. McLaughlin the widest of Trinity. So along the back straight here, that lap was a 61 second from Daniel Dreyer of the ACT, who leads this field. Townsend, then Everett. Max Russell up there as well. And all these boys, 62 seconds is the pace, and we're really on here in the B race.
Just so often the case in these B miles at this meet. They're very deep, very competitive. They just always throw up cracking races. And look at this, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 blokes covered by less than 20 metres. And throw a blanket over this field as they swing into the straight. And they'll see 2 laps on the board, half a mile to run. Dreyer of the ACT still holding a position of prominence. Lockie Townsend in behind them. Braden Everett is the tall figure from the Newcastle Flyers. Max Russell was stiff to miss out on a start in the championship. But the seeding here, Breen, had about 6 athletes on 350 and 351 seed times from this season.
It always is the back end of the A race, top end of the B race. There's nothing much between it. So they've slowed it down there. That 400 was a 64. And it's Dreyer still at the front, happy but they're building up and lining up to make their strike behind him. Townsend looks like he might want to go, but pushing up here is Adam Brunch as well, really trying to get a piece of the action. He's going to almost get up to Townsend, onto the outside shoulder and rolls past Braden Everett here into the straight. So we're hitting 3 minutes right about now in the men's B race.
So this is going to be a solid tempo, isn't it? If they're able to close, they've been clocking 64s, they're able to close around 60. This is going to be just outside 410 for the mile, remember. So a lot of these guys came in with around 350 marks for the 1500. And Dreyer still off the front, 311, so we'll see what he's able to close in. And geez, he might have just caught them napping here a bit, Breen. He's picked up a lead of about 10 metres and they're lining up behind him now to have a shot, led by Townsend and Brunch.
So there's 7 or 8 metres, but this is not done with yet. Have a look at Harm Sharp. He is closing and closing with speed and with intention. He goes up to the heels of Dreyer, goes straight past him with 150 to go. Dreyer's trying to respond. He did have a noticeable increase in speed. There's some big finishes coming. It could also be Braden Everett as well. He's pushed up into third on the outside of Townsend, but Harm Sharp here is in Bankstown colours on his home track, has timed this race to perfection. The big finish as well on the outside. Josh O'Connell there, I think it is coming through, but Harm Sharp's your champion in the men's 1 mile B race. And well done to Daniel Dreyer as well. Took a lot of the work early. Braden Everett behind him. And then we go back to Josh O'Connell, who's been super impressive. He went sub 4 at the New South Wales Champs in the under-18 1500, where he placed second, won the 800 there. But 57 seconds the last lap from Harm Sharp. Came out of nowhere.
I'm not sure I can remember a more devastating kick to win a B race than that. That was just exceptional. You could see it, you know, the upper end, they went down the back straight, he just shot straight out to the outside of lane 2, and just, they never looked another winner from 150 to run.
So there's your results confirmed there. 4:09. We've gone sub 4:10 for the mile. That is huge running. And Daniel Dreyer should be super impressed and proud of that effort as well to get second for 11:52. Braden Everett, another big surge with 200 metres to go and gets third. Josh O'Connell, a name to watch. He goes sub 60 for the last lap for the youngster, 4:12.14. And I believe Josh is only 16 years of age, and good to see Max Russell back. He closed into 60 seconds as well, so it's still a very impressive performance there by the man from Remick Botany.
So that's the last of our graded miles for the evening, Breeny, into the 800 metres now, which should also serve up some cracking races, you'd like to think, as we have a look at the start list now for the first of those 800 metre races. We've got the men's 800 metre I race, and all the way through the New South Wales Miles series this year, there's just been growing and growing depth in the 800 metres in particular, and in particular in the men's races, and no sign of anything changing on that front here tonight as they get themselves sorted out. Particularly some of these senior graded miles races. Brenny, there's guys have been running A races in the Milers series that are down in a C tonight.
Incredible stuff, and we're in a very exciting time in Australian athletics and middle distance running in particular. It's why we see such great hype around it. Who can forget that last milers meet and having the crowd line the back straight, sprint across to the home straight, back across, and it was an atmosphere like nothing else at what essentially is a club meet. So
it certainly is, and everyone here in the stadium can see the track set up to take that crowd yet again. So we'll be eager to see the crowd out from lane 6 to the outside. For those in the crowd wanting to head out to the track, just go halfway up the straight there on the inside, and the gates are open halfway up the straight.
And for how wide some of those races were running before, you can almost put your hand out and give a high five. They were 4 or 5 wide along the straight a couple of times there.
We have gone out another lane on the fencing, just to be safe. So not far away from the start now. They're just getting themselves sorted out. There's one handy thing of the Albie Thomas Mile is it's all 800s and miles, so the starters don't have to move very far. So just getting themselves organised now. So having a look at this field, Tony Sinaboldi, Xavier Wilson, Lewis Sinclair, Xavier Bates, Harlan Floyd Kerr and Ben Westwood of Westfields. Just having a look to see if we've got everyone there on the starters, but can't see position number 3, Lewis Sinclair. Might just be getting himself organised. So the meet just starting to build nicely. The conditions now, Breen Perfect haven't got a gust of wind for some time. The men's 8's the only race with organised pacing here tonight, so we're looking for a fast time. That's probably the one we're looking for, and how exciting to see what Dan Myers can do over the half mile.
Certainly is exciting, and these youngsters got something to look forward to later on tonight if they stick around and watch the best, but they won't be too far from getting their warm-up started, our elites, in those final races of the night, the 800 metres, and of course the 1 mile featuring the Championship of Australia for 2024. 3 Bankstown in this field, Athletics Wollongong, Illawong and Westfields. The first of our graded races for the men's 800 metres. It's the I race. Now, it looks like we're just about ready to go. So underway here, Tony Sinaboldi in 1, Xavier Wilson, Lewis Sinclair, Xavier Bates, Harlan Floyd Kerr and Ben Westwood out on the outside. Xavier Wilson of Athletics Wollongong is the man who's gone away the quickest. Ben Westwood probably the next quickest as they go through, and also in there as well, Harlan Floyd Kerr, Illawong Colours, is going very aggressively through the first 200 metres, and the clock is only at 31 seconds through 200.
Pretty promising signs in the I race, isn't it? On 2-minute tempo already.
Yep.
With some of these youngsters, we'll see if they're able to hold that as we get a bit further into proceedings, but it just might be slowing down a little bit now, I think. So, and one of the beauties of these graded races is the all-comers style. So you can see the difference in ages and heights and physical statures, but all running together here. And it is a bit of a week of togetherness in athletics in New South Wales, but all eyes on the track at the moment. So Floyd Kerr leads proceedings as he clips the bell in about 72, so it was perhaps slightly eager, that first 200 metres. The 30-31 through the 200 turned into a 69, first 400. And Westwood sits in behind Floyd Kerr with Bates, Sinclair and Wilson with the long hair for Wollongong. Sinaboldi sitting on the back of the field now, and a few of these guys happy to go wide up the back straight, with Wilson the widest of them. Floyd Kerr still leading proceedings, and Westwood now just starting to range up to his outside, and Westwood might fancy a run around the home turn here, and in fact one of the youngsters, Xavier Bates, I think that is from Bankstown, might fancy going out to the outside lane too to run around them all.
Sure can. Have a look at how close it is. 3 across the track with 120 metres to go in the men's I race. It's either Westfields, it's Illawong, or it's Bankstown, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get behind them here. And Ben Westwood on the outside though, man from Bankstown. His name is Lewis Sinclair. He's coming towards the line and he's going to take the win here in the I race. So well done to Lewis. And we go back to Westwood. Close finish for third. Maybe Tim's sort of bolting. Maybe Bankstown got 2 on the podium there potentially. Yeah, very, very close there for those minor placings in behind. 2:22.60 the time for Lewis Sinclair. Ben Westwood 2:23.77, and in third, just waiting on confirmation, Tony Sinaboldi getting there, 2:24.66, just edging out Harlan Floyd Kerr by only 9/100ths of a second.
He was happy with it too, wasn't he, Sinclair? Very proud of himself, so he came across the line as well, I might though.
Well, probably is a personal best, I think. 2:23 we got here on paper, so can't ask for anything more than a personal best. And it's a perfect place to do it at the Crest, the home of the PB, they say.
Certainly has been recently, hasn't it? It's just have to get some of those wave lights that Box Hill have managed to pick up.
How much do they cost?
Don't worry, I've had a chat.
Oh, okay.
More to come. We'll see if we can sort something out. In all seriousness, a brilliant initiative from the guys at Box Hill.
Looks very good.
Self-engineered job at a fraction of the cost of the Dutch system that you see most often around the world.
It just looks good. Even
It's
like
just cool,
the functionality, it just looks good. Even if it was way off pace, it just looks nice.
I'd need it to be way off pace to have any chance of following it. So just getting organised now as we head into men's H800 metre race. Again, brilliant depth across these men's 800 metre events in particular.
Matt, we've still got 2 hours of action to go. We're only just getting started.
Just got to time your run on these.
It's a big night and into the long weekend. It's not a school night, so make sure everyone you do stick around. It's exciting. An hour and a half to go. There was someone in the crowd who let out a whoop. There's a couple of excited people. Put your hand up if you're excited. Who's excited here? I reckon we all are. There's a few out there. Very good. So the men's H race is next up for the 800 metres on the track. And a couple of Nowra in this one represented. Welcome through. We know the South Coast is such a strong region for distance running, middle distance athletes. So running through the lineup here, Isaac Sarika in 1 for Bankstown Sports, Miles Elliott in 2 for Run Crew. In 3, Surendra Cam Yugoswaran of Kembla Joggers. Number 4, Hugh Thirlwall of Nowra Athletics. Number 5, Shahari Kanan Jayaraman of University of New South Wales. Matthew Reid in 6 from Nowra Athletics Club. And Rawari Mercer in 7 for Emmet Botany. Darren Purcell, is he going again? He is. Hip number 8.
A noted
Athletics
doubler.
East.
A noted doubler at the Milers.
And Lincoln Greentree, number 9 of Maitland. That's your field for the men's H race.
Off they go in the men's H race. You mentioned Breen, Darren Purcell loves a double at the milers, often the metric mile and the half mile. And as they spin around the back for the first time, turn over the page, it's young Rory Mercer of Randwick Botany Harriers, who's the most prominent of them. And on his inside, Matt Reid, the taller figure for Nowra there, but all the way on the outside there, it's going to be young Lincoln Greentree of Maitland put himself up prominently, and the Bankstown athlete on his home track, Isaac Zrika, has hit the front here.
It's got all the makings to be a great race. They're starting to compress back together and just trying to pace it right as a young athlete. You know how hard an 800 is to pace it right. Even at the elite level, these youngsters, a couple in this field, who are really trying to find their straps here and work out how to attack it from the start. Be aggressive but still controlled is the name of the game. So it's Bankstown and then it's Nowra at the front of this field. So Isaac Drika on the front here, a man from Nowra. We've got Hugh Thirlwall here as well. But Matthew Reid is giving it a red hot crack here. So Bankstown, Nowra, 2 of them there. Randwick Botany and a little bit of a gap.
The moves starting to come now. They were 66 seconds through the bell. And when you look at some of these seed times, that's a fair bit quicker. Most of them coming in around the 2:14, 2:20 mark. So could be on for some PBs here as they hit 200 to go. And still Zrika of Bankstown having the battle with Matt Reid of Nowra, who's trying to go the long way round as they round up the final bend. Not able to put his nose in front just yet as they swing into the straight. The laboured style of Zrika. Look how hard he's working with that arm movement, the head bobbing around. Breen trying to hold his form and he's doing so better, but Zrika might just have the young legs here and finds another gear as he heads up the straight. Home crowd getting behind him, and this is going to be some sort of win. Big drive late, but won't be enough. It'll be the battle of the Nowra athletes for second and third will have just got the better of Reid for that, but geez, he found something in the straight, didn't he, Zrika?
He certainly did. On his home track, local knowledge. Maybe there's something different about this track that he knows that the others don't, but Nowra, I'll tell you what, they've been impressive. They have been so strong in numbers in the recent winter seasons. They're building the strength of their club. At relays, it was very noticeable how close-knit and how together they are as a community. So kudos to the Nowra club. They've brought some good numbers up here today as well. Hugh Thirlwall, 2:15.11. Isaac Zrika with the win ahead of him, 2:14.91. And Matthew Reid in third, 2:15.38. Rari Mercer quality as well with a 2:17.55 in the men's I race, H race.
So powering through them. Next on the start list is the men's G race. And there's your start list on screen. From the inside out, Charlie Neat of Randwick Botany Harriers, Alton Freeman of the Blue Mountain, Zachary Barwell on his outside, Isaac Robinson of Sydney Athletics Academy, Rowan Nan of Manly Warringah, Hamilton Van Aars of Randwick Botany, Joe Williams of Katoomba, York McManus of Sutherland, another RBH athlete, Lorenzo Pananisa of the Eastern Suburbs Club, and Simon Hosking is going to round out a big field of 10 here on the outside.
You reckon we'll get up to Z grade one day?
What do you reckon? I reckon Vic Miles
Is it possible?
might beat us there. Something to aspire to, which is be a long program. Maybe we have to do waves of 800s and keep them going at the same time.
Rolling start.
Did see Little A's 800 at Balmain, which I reckon had 30 or 40 kids in it. I thought it was an absolute cracker.
It's always fun at a school carnival. Sometimes they use the curve.
Line them up at the 10,000 metre start.
Yep,
and sort it out.
the year 12s do it as well. They have half the year group. And they go hell for leather. Sometimes they do it for one lap, 400.
Well, that might be the start of the Albie Thomas Mile later tonight. There's some pace on the outside that are going to be trying to round it up. Some form lines coming into that. Pete Bowley, of course, ran the mile last year to open his domestic season. We're seeing the 800 tonight. Just whetting the appetite with some of those graded 800s, so just about right to go in the men's G race.
So underway in the G race from the inside, we've got Charles Neat, Freeman, Barwell, Robinson, Nan, Van Aars, Williams, McManus, Payanessa and Hosking on the outside. So in the centre of the track, it's a strong start. Rowan Nan right up there as well. So as they merge across and try to time this right, it's always a difficult thing to do. But our man, Joe Williams of Katoomba, it is, who's absolutely gone to the front. He's about 4 or 5 metres clear at the moment. Next up, I think it'll be Charles Neat there as they work their way through into single file. So Manfred Katoomba is slowing up a little bit now. They might be brought back together, maybe a group of 4. That's all there is, a few metres back to the next group. Will they push up now or will they hold it at the moment? Blue Mountains as well on the outside there. We've got Alton Freeman in a good place here, halfway along the straight, about to collect the bell in the 800 for the G race. So it's Williams, then Neat, and behind him Freeman, tucked back in to Simon Hosking.
So the seating's all over the place here, isn't it? There's some athletes that you wouldn't expect to be at the front of this field on paper, but they're going well, and Joe Williams hit the bell in 60 seconds dead. And it looked a much more realistic 60 than some of the earlier graded races. So he's opened up a gap, a couple of, probably 5 or 6 metres up the back straight as he powers on up. And as he hits 200 metres to go with 94 seconds on the clock, as is often the case, very rarely see a negative split in the 800 metres. But his biggest threat at the moment is coming from Alton Freeman of the Blue Mountains. And as they hit the straight, Brady, it looks a race into with just a couple of moves coming in behind.
Certainly does. So I tell you what, I didn't expect him. He looked like he was going to get that lead gobbled up, and now he's got a second wind here. He pins back and tries to fight off the challengers and charges in behind them. They're coming through thick and fast, so Williams here, is he going to hold on? Yes, he will. He will. Quite comfortably in the end. Charles Need in second, Elton Freeman behind him, and Isaac Robinson back to the rest of the field. A strong field here and a youthful performance here by Joe Williams, 107.51, 207.85. Jeez, they went quick, that first 400. Charles Neat in second, Alton Freeman, very, very similar last laps. Isaac Robinson actually in fourth had one of the quickest last laps. I think he had the quickest actually from Sydney Athletics Academy.
They got on with it, didn't they? So that was the powering through these 800s now, and as we have a look at the next start list, the quality just keeps getting higher and higher. So that was the G race. We're now on to the F race with the start list on screen there. Dominic Panazzo of UTS North on the inside, Jude Hamilton of Camden on his outside, Jake Astle of the Hills District, Paul Raptis of Sydney University, Zane Crane of Run Crew, that trains here at Bankstown as well, Cameron Poole of Illawong Reesby on his outside, Zach Tideman of the Katoomba District, who've got a few in here tonight, Harley Grace of Cherrybrook, Archie Daly of Ramwick Botany Harriers, and Sol Martinez of Bankstown Sports.
Where is the Katoomba crew in the crowd? Anyone from Katoomba in the crowd? There's a couple of them. We're trying to find them. So there's a few country clubs represented here, Matt. And it's really good to see. We know how many from the South Coast are here. We're starting to... Katoomba's not really country, is it? I keep thinking, I'm from the Shire, so it's a long way.
Spent a lot of time with someone from Katoomba this week. Costas Arcus, the president of Little A's New South Wales, the Katoomba man. Tied up with the club there. His son Will, a very handy 800 metre runner himself, on in tonight. We've got plenty of others lining up, and if I'm not mistaken, I think we might actually be ahead of timetable. We are. So that's just the reason for the little gap here. We're just about 4 minutes early. So the athletes coming out onto the track now. And as is often the case with our brilliant ANSW officials, the meet running like a Swiss watch. All on time, all on schedule. And just about an hour away now, Breeny, from the first of our main events, the Women's Mile. Set to get underway in 61 minutes time, so we're getting closer. Crowds filtering in.
They certainly are. One of the great things about this venue is that you can get right up close and you can experience pretty unique atmosphere at a milers meet at the Crest. The grand final of milers meets at the Albie Thomas for 2024. We're just about ready for the men's F grade 800 metres.
So if they go in the next of our track races here, the F race of the men's 800 metres, as they get themselves organised, it's a pretty even breakaway from one of the Camden athletes, probably going the quickest of them in the centre of the track. And he has indeed come over, Jude Hamilton, to lead proceedings, but he's going to have some company on the outside from Illawong. Cameron Poole, and now the Bankstown man, Sol Martinez, the late entry, puts himself up into a position of prominence. And he's going to lead proceedings as they swing around into the straight for the first time, and Martinez's move just starting to string them out a little bit. Archie Daly of Ramwick happy to sit wide. So there's a few moves coming in as they hit the straight for the first time, but Martinez has stretched them out here.
So the aim here, see how close, and they won't be too far outside 60 seconds. We've got 2:04 the quickest seed time, but Martinez will lead them through. Hamilton, have a look at the speed here they've injected. There's about 3 or 4 that put in a very concerted effort to surge there. So some good running. Jake Astor, Paul Raptus in amongst there as well. The whole field in amongst it with 300 metres to go, but the man from Illawong now in Cameron Poole goes to the front of this field. Jude Hamilton still up there as well, as is the Randwick Botnia competitor. In Archie Daly with 200 metres to run. So big running here as well. We've got Dominic Pinoso moving his way through. There's a familiar name. So 120 to go. He's put the foot down and is absolutely asking the questions of everyone in behind. Can he withhold and withstand the lactic acid over the final 100 metres? The moment it looks like he can. They're coming with a run and a charge. Some big finishes here as well from Zane Graham, who's going through, but taking the win, Pinoso ahead of Jude Hamilton, followed then by Cameron Poole. Zane Graham, one of the big finishes there as well, as we have a look at the... So they were 61 seconds at the bell. Sol Martinez led them through. We'll get those times confirmed shortly, but big surge by Dom Pinoso from UTS Norths to come through with the win in the men's F race, 800 metres.
So we're getting through them, aren't we? And
2:03.55, so pretty even tempo, 61.62. Dominic Pinoso, Jude Hamilton. Actually closed quicker, Jude, from Camden, 2:04.28. And Cameron Poole from Illawong, 2:04.81. And Zane Graham from Run Crew, 2:05.18. Jake Astle from Hills District, 2:05.33. How are these young kids closing so quickly?
Beats me, mate. You know, mate, that's why I became an administrator. But the good news is we're up to the first of our ladies' 800 metre races here. The women's E-race will be the next out on the track. Charlotte Bates of Bankstown, Emma Lubke of Trinity, Claudia White, second Bankstown athlete in the field. Rosalie Floyd-Kerr, saw her brother from Illawong going around earlier, Amelia Barringer, also of Illawong Reesby, Alana Roberts of Trinity, and Casey Begaya of Bankstown, third of the home track athletes in the field. That's how they'll line up. Again, we're the victims of our own efficiency here. Slightly ahead of schedule.
We need some halftime entertainment, Matt. We're lined up. That not in the budget?
I'll let that through to the keeper. Famous Tony Greglin, you've dug the hole, you fill it up. So,
Shemina as well. Athletic Live is the place to go. It's nswathletics.org.au. Head to the results tab. Live results. You can see all the splits. You don't even have to wait till they finish the race, Matt. You can go halfway through, you can see the updates. And for the miles a quarter of the way through, you can see exactly how they're progressing, as well as the live stream. Some of our elite athletes are making their, and coaches are making their way into the venue here as well at the Albie Thomas Mile for 2024.
Just going to say there's some big names filtering in, aren't there? So, Dan Williams just sauntering on over to do his warm-up. The master coach, Dick Telford, is here. Names are rolling in. And there's film crews and photographers. And Liddy's got the new Central Performance track team kit on, as have a few of his athletes.
They go in.
So just about right for a start in first of our ladies 800 metre races, the women's E-race.
So away here in the women's E-race, Charlotte Bates goes in 1, Emma Lukey 2, Claudia White 3, Rosalie Floyd Kirk 4, Amelia Beringer 5, Alana Roberts 6, Casey Vijaya in 7. So strong start here by Floyd Kirk as they work towards a crossover. On the outside as well, we've got the Bankstown athlete. That's Charlotte Bates, who's right up there as well, only 12 years of age. You can see the youngsters in this field. We've got an 11 and a 12-year-old here. Casey Pajaya on the outside. She's right in the middle of it. You can barely see her there in amongst these athletes. So as they go through, we've got Amelia Baringer also in a good position as they go through. We're just behind our race leader here, who looks to be Rosalie Floyd Kerr. So as they roll through, 3 and then a slight gap back at the moment, but it's Illawong at the front. Amelia Baringer with 300 metres done, 500 to go here. So they work towards the line. They might be just putting a little bit more of a margin into this chase group here as they get ready to collect the bell. They're going to be right on 70 seconds, I reckon. So Floyd Kerr, followed by Amelia Baringer, and then back to Alana Roberts from Trinity in 3rd.
It looks to be a race of 3, doesn't it? Beringer has made every post a winner so far. And the biggest rival seems to be her teammate, Floyd Kerr. His brother had a run earlier tonight. Alana Roberts of Trinity, 6th, 3rd in the run here, but just doesn't seem to be able to close the gap up just at the minute as Beringer extends away. They all went through in 71, separated by only half a second, but the gap's a lot bigger than that now.
That's her personal best pace. So on paper, Floyd Kerr was the favourite coming into this one, the Illawong athlete. Can they get first and second here, the Illawong club? So Floyd Kerr into the straight with a very handy lead of about 25, 30 metres here, and it's still Beringer and Roberts fighting out for second place in behind. But the women's E-race here, first of our women's graded 800 metre races, it will go the way of Illawong and it will go the way of Rosalie Floyd Kerr. She stops the clock at 2:20. That's a strong run. That could be a new personal best, but it's very, very strong running coming through with Alana Roberts, who did make the pass ahead of Amelia Beringer, who was ahead of her early. And it's getting support coming here for the rest of our field. Emma Lukey of Trinity and our 2 youngsters, Charlotte Bates and also Casey Vijaya with Claudia White as well. So the women's E-race getting things underway for the female side of the 2 lappers here at the Albie Thomas Mile.
Great depth in the women's as well, getting all the way down to the E-race as our results start to filter through here, and there they are on screen. Floyd Kerr, Roberts able to deny Illawong the 1-2. Beringer has to settle for 3rd. Lucky of Trinity home in 4th.
It's getting a bit cold here, Matt.
It's
good conditions.
Down a bit, isn't it? It's good if you're a miler. If you're a commentator.
Especially if you make him, you're forcing me to wear a Bankstown top.
So the men's E-race will be the next one up. And there's your start list on screen. Cooper Clugden of Camden, Toby Dybel of Nowra, who's been a regular feature at the Milers meets over the course of this season. Brendan Armstrong of Cherrybrook, Marco DePaulis of Sydney University. Chester Swaffer goes for Knox Grammar, Riley Gould, the independent athlete. Leon McWilliam of Hooked On Running. Matty Joyce of Cherrybrook.
I was just about to share my excitement about the fact that Matty Joyce is about to run. Hello, Matthew.
I thought you were going to share your excitement about the impending Cherrybrook Beer Milers annual beer mile that Joycey will be lining up, and I think it might be tomorrow. He might be backing up from this, you know.
That's incredible.
Lachlan French and Nick McNally of Hills District round out this field. Look, it might have to get a live stream of that tomorrow, I think. But Matty Joyce, has been a lot of banter on socials over the course of the last couple of weeks amongst Cherrybrook. I wonder if he's got Has he got the Cherry Block Few Milers bodysuit?
Well, the thing is, has he tapered for this one? Is this a priority, or is it tomorrow that's a priority? Like, we don't know these things. Like, is he trying to, maybe he's trying to replicate what he's going to do at a later competition, like semi-final, final. But we know this is the main event for many athletes here tonight. And
he's got the traditional singlet. I mean, you know.
The men's E-race, 800 metres. A couple of strong juniors in here, so Cooper Clugston third in the 800, the under-16 New South Wales champs. Brendan Armstrong in this field as well.
He's going to have to muscle up and share a lane here too. Rough night for Joyce.
There you go. We might talk about some other people now, just to give him a break.
You can't hang around as long as he has and not have a bit of stick put on you. But looking at the seed times, you only got the one athlete sub 2 here, and only by a couple of tenths at that, Marco DePaulis, but this entire field right around the 2-minute mark as they get set to go in the men's E-race. So off they go in the men's E-race. And a very quick start on the outside here from one of the Hills athletes. And it's a big field of 10 here. I think that's Nick McNally, who is going to cross. He's got Matty Joyce in tow, and the second Cherrybrook athlete, Brendan Armstrong, takes up a rails run. Marco DePaulis of Sydney University now finds his way to the front. And the man of the hour, Matt Joyce, gets right on his shoulder. And they're going to be the leading pair as they swing into the straight. DePaulis on the inside, then Joyce, and his teammate Brandon Armstrong gets a lovely little sit, one back on the rail, plenty of cover.
So only one athlete on this field on paper has gone sub 2 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, this barrier, this magical 2-minute barrier could be on here for the first time for some of this field. So leading through, Marco DePaulis. The back of him, Matthew Joyce, and then we go back to Toby Dybel. Brendan Armstrong's on the inside of him. So 2 Cherrybrook in the top 4 at the moment. Big move around the outside here by Toby Dybel of Nowra. Can he extend further? At the moment, it's 2 or 3 metres. The Camden athlete in there as well. Cooper Clugston coming with a good run around the outside. He shifts into third. We're approaching 1:30 on the clock. 30 seconds to get to the line here in the men's E-race. Sub 2 minutes. Let's see how many we can get under this time. The Knox athlete's moving wide. Chester Swafer is having a good run. And the Camden athlete here, Cooper Clugston, is making a red-hot crack at Toby Dybel, moves up alongside him with 100 metres to go on the men's E-race, and really challenges here. So who's going to have the holding speed at the ends? Clugston at the moment, still holding. Big run on the outside as well. But taking the win just narrowly from Lachlan French, who came home really quickly. It was Cooper Clugston taking the win in the men's E-race. And we'll get the time shortly. They were through just a tick under, so Lachlan French says coming up here.
Well, no, that'll update. But it's, geez, they didn't have much left in the last 50, did they? There was no big dive for home. It was all a series of athletes surviving. That was the race where they were all lining up for sub 2. You're not going to get it. 2:01 for Lachlan French. Cooper Clugston, just 300
Oh,
to
he
the
got
second.
him. 3 100s. There you go.
You're quite right. Yes, the outside's got it tough with this angle that they're on, to be fair. So French from Clugston and Swafer of Knox Grammar, and 4 athletes 2:02 or under in the men's E-race. So I think that'll be the last one we have over the 2-minute mark.
So definitely still a few personal bests go down there. Just a reminder, Athletic Live, the place to go to get all these updates. So if you're just joining us on the live stream or here in the venue, welcome to the 2024 Albie Thomas Mile. It is a Continental Tour Challenger meet here at the Crest, a venue that's known for its middle distance, racing conditions, and the quality that we've produced. And the stars that have been born here on the track, and we're going to see more tonight, and some established athletes and returning athletes in some of the main races of the night, which we've previewed and we'll go through again later on Women's D 800 is next up on the track. The excitement and anticipation starting to build here as we get into the back into the program. Got an hour and 15 minutes left to go for the final major meet before the Australian Championships, but of course Australian Championships in their own right here in the mile to finish off the evening in amongst some high quality 800 metre A race finals.
So again, just largely a victim of efficiency here. The meet running bang on time as the ladies come out for the D race.
Well, if we do have another gap in the program, let's make sure you head down to the barbecue. We can smell it from here. And the Bankstown Sports Athletic Club, providing a great service, a community club feel and hospitality that you can come to expect at these milers meets at the Crest. So the women's 800 metres D race lining up here. Ella Plummer goes in 1 for Southern District. In 2, Julia Mika from Balmain. In lane 3, Grace Pomeroy of Kembla Joggers. In lane 4, Lucy Higsman of Randwick Botany. In lane 5, Paige Murray of Athletics Wollongong. Athletics Wollongong also represented in 6 for Chelsea Nicole. In 7, Mossman Athletics Club's Amber Cassano. And number 8 from Nowra, Alicia Mustapik. The field for the women's D 800 metres. So underway, they're holding their stagger early, but who's going to press up and take the early run here and control this race? The conditions are quite good right now, so an aggressive run here. Julia Meeker's going away quickly on her outside as well. Grace Pomeroy will look to get herself in a prominent position as well. It's Meeker right at the front of it here. Also from Randwick Botany, Lucy Hinksman in a really good spot here as they work through the 200 metres. No one, or a couple's not really keen to get on the rail yet through the 200 metres. I reckon they were 31 low, 30 high through that 200 metre mark here.
Yeah, they weren't really keen to get on with it, were they? So Mika sits at the front now and has Paige Murray for company of Athletics Wollongong in behind her, and these two have just broken out a little bit of a gap on the front. It's second Athletics Wollongong athlete Chelsea Nicole, who sits in behind as they sort themselves out now and run down and pick up the bell. Looking at the clock, we're sitting around about the 63, 65 second mark. So Mika still leads proceedings. 64.23 through the bell, and really no change in the running order here whatsoever as they swing around the back. Chelsea Nicole has now put herself up, and Paige Murray of Athletics Wollongong running strongly, but as they head up back for the straight the last time, Breen, is just starting to extend out a little bit.
Certainly is. So Julia Mika, the one at the moment, the one for the whole of this race. It looks like we are down to 4. 2 of those are from Athletics Wollongong, with Chelsea Nicole and Paige Murray. Nothing much separating them on seed times here. 14 years of age, 3 are at the front, and they're starting to put a little bit of a gap in here. So 100 metres to go in the women's D race. Who's just going to have a little bit left in the tank? It's still Mika at the front, and now moving wide. It's a big, big finish. Have a look at that. The last 70 metres has been nothing short of exceptional here from Chelsea Nicole coming through. Big finish as well by Paige Murray. And kudos to Julia Mika for doing a lot of the work there. 2:16.46 the time. Nicole confirmed there as the winner. 104.50 the last lap. Julia Mika from Balmain, 2:18.01, closing also in a 64. And Paige Murray, the last 400 metres in 65 with a 2:18.81.
There's the results on screen. Just absolutely powering through these 800s. And next out on the track will be the men's C race. So we're getting to the pointy end now. It is only about 40 minutes to go until the first of our main events, which will be the women's mile. Such a fascinating clash of specialties in that event.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what Lauren Ryan can produce as well. Coming from the stamina, she got the top end speed to match it.
Well, that's the question, because no Australian Championships are no paces, no subtle paces, no nothing. It's a championship race. So does she get on the bike and try and wind it up and run the sting out of the legs and make it quick? I mean, Abby Caldwell can run a sub 4 minute time trial if she needs to, and Ryan might just leave herself as the bunny for one of the big three, as we call them at the moment.
It's been some big some huge breakthroughs for women's distance running. Remember, they got 2 under 15 minutes for the 5K as well at Murray Plant Meet. But next event on the track here, we're down to the D race now for the men's 800 metres. In lane 1, Danny Kearney of Sutherland. In lane 2, Jake Hardiman of Sydney University. In 3, Brodie Elborn of Randwick Botany. In 4, Asha Tamasu of Randwick Botany was 3rd in this event in the under-18s at the New South Wales Championships. Jacob Todd goes in 5. In 6, Jack Richardson of Randwick Botany. 7, Brett Halls of Run Crew. 8, Matt North, UTS Norths. 9, Ethan Littlewood, Campbelltown. Number 10, Charlie Botel, UTS Norths. And Evan Rowbotham, hip number 11 for Randwick Botany. Men's D 800.
Car alarms are off in the background, but on the track, the men's D 800 metre race is underway, and the fastest away with the Randwick pair in the centre, Tomasu and Richardson, as they sort themselves out. Coming to the break now, and it will indeed be Tomasu of Randwick Botany. As you mentioned, Breen, he's the under-18 New South Wales Championship bronze medalist at this distance only a few weeks ago at the State Juniors, so he gets himself sorted out. Jake Hardiman of Sydney University sits in behind him, and they're all lining up. Tomasu has absolutely made this a staying test. No interest in tactical kickdowns in the last 200. He's got on the bike and he's strung them out in the men's D race.
Well, it's the most we've seen separated in all these 800 metres and mile races we've seen so far here today. So Tomasu with the lead. The only one anywhere near him is Jake Hardiman. Coming with a run, the man from Campbelltown as well, Ethan Littlewood, trying to fight off some charges in behind. Randwick Botany have got 4 here in the top 6 positions. But at the front of this field, it's Tomasu and Hardiman trying to hold off. There's a charge coming from behind. There's 4 of them. Are they going to compress? They're closing a fraction, but not in a rapid rate.
So there looks to be only one winner at the front at the moment. Tomasu has made this a staying test from the outset. He led at the break, led at the bell, and coming into the straight now on a lovely night for middle distance running here at the Crest. He's not going to have a challenger as he comes into the straight. There's a reasonable go going on behind him with Hardiman trying to hold off Elborn and Richardson, also Randwick Botany, but no doubts about the winner from very early doors. Tomasu picks it up in about 1:58. So we're into the sub 2 territory now, and this whole field is going to come over the line sub 2:10.
Absolutely incredible finish. Brodie Elborn, Jake Hardiman, Evan Rowbotham as well. Nothing between them. So 1:56.36 coming up for Asha Tomasu there, closing in 1:01.72 for him. So that could be new personal best. Jake Hardiman second, 1:58.05 for Sydney Uni, with a 62.90 last 400 metres for him. And just awaiting confirmation of third, how close it was. Well, we're going back and doing another read of the photo finish images at the moment. But that men's D race, second, third and fourth, so close here. And you can expect that. Positioning crucial. Timing of that kick, so important. And Eve, at the top level, sometimes if you find yourself on the rail, you've only got half a second to react when the slight gap does open in the field. And if you don't take that opportunity, then it might never come again. particularly in such a short event. So up on the board now, your unofficial results for the men's D-Race 800 metres at the Albie Thomas Mile.
So we're in the business end now, aren't we? 2 C races, 2 B races, and then we are into the main events. Hopefully get the crowd out on the track like we did last time, just about a month ago, and what has to have been the best night of racing here at the Crest. Crowd filling in nicely, Breen. The middle distance guys just won't believe their luck with these conditions. It's even cooling down for them now as well. And there hasn't been a breath of wind really since the 400 metre hurdles early tonight. Unfortunately, that did knock Sarah Carley around a little bit, you'd think. It's going to be bang on perfect for these A800s and the A miles. Really keen to see what these 800 boys can do with the benefit of pacing from a man with the calibre of Ben Jagger. It's like we had Charlie Hunter pacing the 1500 here about a month ago. You get that high quality pacing, and he could take them 550, almost 600.
And he's got the experience too to be able to do a really good job of it as well. Sometimes you see the pacemaker go out super eager, but I think Jagger's very well measured in his approach, and will do a good job of that duty here tonight. So pacing duties, as you said, for the 800 metres, not for the Albie Thomas Mile because it is a national championship event. Well, tactics to play out naturally and how it would do so organically, but an incredible hour coming up here at the Crest for the Albie Thomas Mile 2024. Ranking points up for grabs, which those chasing international selection will be looking forward to, and some opportunities here for our juniors as well to continue chasing those World Under-20 Championship standards at the moment, because there's some events that have got 6-7 people already under the qualifying time, so trying to get another one under the belt is going to be super important for our juniors, particularly those 800 metre events. And as you said, that mile event, for the first time ever, allowing the use of mile times to qualify for the Olympic Games in the 1500.
It's a great innovation by World Athletics. It brings back the mile as a relevant distance with real world implications, and not just the rich historical legacy that it does have, but it gives it just that added weight.
I'm sorry, but it's always going to stay relevant if you give belts out like this. If everyone here at the venue, if you haven't checked out and had a look in front of we're sitting now at the finish line, the belts here are what are given to our Australian mile champions for the men's and women's, and they'll get to wear it with pride as well. They keep it for a year, don't they? And they have to give it back?
Keep it for most of the year.
Most of the year.
Yeah. You know, depends where they live.
And of course a share in the $20,000 prize purse here. We've already given out some of that cash. Well, not actually given it out, but it's been one and done, one and sorted. For the women's 800 metre C race. Next up on the track, we'll introduce the field. From the inside, in 1 from Renwick Botany, Sienna Novak. Number 2, representing Run Crew, is Mabel Dukes. In 3, the New South Wales Under-16 champion from Southern District, Kira Tui. In lane 4 from Maitland, Harriet Greentree. In 5 is Claire Solomon. In 6 from Adamstown, New Lambton, Ava Pinches. In 7 from Bankstown Sports, Audrey Zakora. In 8 from Newcastle Flyers, Bronwyn Poole. And in 9, Charlotte Smythe. This is the field, the women's C race, 800 metres. So underway here, so who's going to go out the most aggressively? At the moment, there's no clear mover out of the block, so to speak. But as we said, number of juniors in this field. We've got, the youngest is 13, and pretty young overall as they work their way towards the crossover. On the outside, a big move here by Audrey Sakura. She's gone away quite quickly here. And on her outside there, Bronwyn Poole as well, trying to push up. But pretty even through the first 200 metres as they go through. It's going to be quick, 30 seconds. And Sakura's on the outside here of Harriet Greentree. It is of Maitland who leads this field.
So it's pretty even pace. They're moving it along, but everyone's still in touch here. And we said that as you get into the senior races, this is what you expect. So Sakura of Bankstown up prominent and just getting up onto the shoulder of Greentree here. But they're going like the arc down the front straight in pairs, and as they approach the bell, there's going to be about 65 on the clock, so it's not overly quick as they sort themselves out here and head around the turn for the second time. It's Greentree who's just starting to extend a little bit, and the move's starting to come in behind. Claire Solomon was just found the rail now and forced Sakura to the outside. Solomon representing the ACT, and as now Greentree's leaving the rail open here, and Solomon trying to sneak up, but Greentree closes the door now, and with 200 to go, there's moves coming in behind here, Brenny, and there's still 3 or 4 in this.
I think there's a few more too now. They're starting to really make their run for home. So who's your pick? With 150 metres to go in this women's C race, they're starting to make their moves. So from UTS, coming through there,
ACT,
we've got Harriet Greentree.
Yeah, so Solomon of the ACT has found the rail and hit the front, and it's Sienna Novak of Randwick Botany Harriers on the outside who's trying to dive late. Crowd getting behind her, and she is just going to put an inch in front. And Novak hits the line, takes out the win, 2:13, 14 or so, unofficial, and gets a big cheer of support as she does so. Novak 2:12.57. Unofficial.
That could be a huge personal best, I reckon. Kira Tui as well, 2:12.87. I reckon that's a personal best too for the Southern athlete. 67 seconds they closed. 65, thereabouts, 67. Claire Solomon from the ACT who led for a decent amount of that race. Just under 68 seconds, 2:12.96. Charlotte Smythe, 2 ACT inside the top 4 for the women's C race. And your unofficial results coming through on the board. So just a little bit of history as we would have a brief break before the next event on the track. Of course, this event named in honour of Albie Thomas, the 3-time Olympian world record holder. Albie's mile PB of 3:58.3 was set this week in 1964, 60 years ago. So let's remember Albie Thomas and the incredible legacy. And I'll tell you what, when we talk about golden eras of Australian athletics, we're in one right now, and the last one we're in was when Albie was running in the 60s as well.
Likes of Elliott, Landy, Clark, the records those guys set, still scary when you think about all the technology development, not only in shoes and tracks and spikes, but also in training regimes.
And we got some history here as well, like when we talk about 2 classic races in the event's history. In mid-COVID times, a 2020 race, we saw Jai Edwards defeat Ollie Hoare, who was back from the US briefly, here at the Crest. Ollie, of course, the Commonwealth champion in that classic race in Birmingham. Jai missed the race record by .01, where he did 3:57.30. So some incredible races that have been run here, and we've had a number of sub-4-minute athletes over the event's history. I think we've had 9 sub-4-minute miles in the history of this event.
Absolute cracker. So they're getting organised now for men's C race. And that's the start list on screen. Getting the business end now. Just about 1 hour left of the World Athletics Continental Tour for the 23-24 season in Oceania. It's been some sort of domestic season. Only the Australian titles left to go domestically. And underway now in the men's 800 metre C race, and these are starting to get serious. We're down in the mid-155 seed times, and geez, there's a good go on here for the early lead. There's a few of them lining up, a few of the Scots boys in particular. Good to see Taylor John back out on track as well. And as they sort themselves out, it's the Randwick Botany athlete, Bradley Chan, who hits the front of the field, and he's opened up a lead of a couple of metres already. So an early go here from Chan, really keen to string this out. Cameron Burnett of Run Crew sits in behind him, and then comes Jack Muller of the Scots College, who advocated to get up in these seed races, and we'll see if he's earned that. So Fairweather of Bankstown also happy to sit wide and picks up the back of Burnett. But 6 or 8 of a minute here, Breen, as they hit the bell in about 56.
Right on the bell, Burnett rolled past his shoulder. Now Jack Muller is making his run. He doesn't want to wait to the straight, the Scots athlete. He's taken him on the bend, and he's done a really good job of it here. And you can see the King's School competitor, Tom Partland. He's a very strong athlete, 16 years of age, and he's finding himself in 3rd place here. But what a move it was by the man from Scots College here, Jack Muller, who finds himself at the front with 200 metres to go. We're on for a quick time. Sub 155. A lot of these boys haven't done that. 154 next to their name is what they're going to be after. We've still got probably 4 in it, 2 just off the back of them, and we're going to have a challenge here for the race lead. So it's Muller's move. I don't think he's held on completely yet. It's not done with yet, with Run Crew coming up and Burnett trying to challenge him. So it's Burnett and Muller. Muller, Burnett. Now Muller comes back into it, and maybe just getting him there on the line. So what an effort. What mental toughness by that man there. So Muller confirms, I think.
He fancied a sub 155 all through the week, and he's got it. 154.06 for Jack Muller. He was very keen to get into this race, to give himself a chance to go sub 155, and Bradley Chan set it up beautifully for him, it must be said. So he gets his sub 155.
Yeah, helps.
It's a generic white Nike one with dragonflies in it and a white singlet.
White Nike.
Oh, thank you.
That's right.
Thank you.
White Nike.
Dragonfly spy.
Yeah.
A white singlet and a water bottle.
Let's see that water bottle. Where was it?
So Muller gets his 154, and there's the results coming through. 3 of them there, so 155, yeah, I think probably for the first time. And Breeny has a very important logistical announcement.
We do. If anyone has found here in the video a white Nike Dragonfly, a bag with a white Nike Dragonfly, white singlet and water bottle, if you picked up a bag with those items in it, could you please bring it to the finish line, please? Because you may have picked up the wrong bag. So if you found a bag, there's a pair of Dragonflies, a singlet and a water bottle in it. It was found, I think, in between the finish line and the pole vault area. And can you please bring it to the finish line, please?
Do you want a drink or something?
So we're getting into the business end now, into the B races, kicking off with the women's. And there's the start list on screen. Cheyenne Murray, Amelia May, Matilda Emanuel, Sarah Baker, Ava Honore, Bethany Halmy, Ella Caruso, Jamie Brennan of the ACT, and Erin Blundell. Sophie Gosha is still around. I think you're in luck. So these B races always produce some top level racing, and there's some quality in this field as well. On the inside, Cheyenne Murray, who's a silver medalist at the New South Wales Juniors just a few weeks ago in the under-17s. Matilda Emanuel won that race in the 800 metres and was the state junior champion in the under-17s, and also picked herself up a silver medal at 1500 metres. Sarah Baker took out the bronze medal in the state open 1500 metre title just a couple of weeks ago. She was third in the 800, and also a bronze medalist at the 3K under-18 championship. Ava Honore picked up the bronze medal in the state open title just a couple of weeks ago. So she comes in here as one of the top seeds. Ella Caluso picked herself up a silver medal in the under-18 New South Wales junior title over the distance. So a class field here set to contest the women's 800 metre B race. Make their way out onto the track now as we are really getting to the business end of this meet. Just the B races to come in the 800s, which always produce some thrillers. And then we're into the main events.
Yeah, can we get someone to use this?
I just gave you that one.
Yeah. Just whenever you get a chance.
So not long to go now. Feel free to start filtering out onto the track up the main straight if you're in the crowd. Behind those barriers and fences.
You don't have to pay anything extra.
So just about right now, the women's B race in the 800 metres. This should be a cracker. Lots of pedigree coming through the state junior titles and indeed the state open championship just 2 and 3 weeks ago. And there's a good go on for the lead here early. And as they round into the back straight for the first time, you can see the cross. It's the Randwick pair, Matilda Emanuel on the inside. She just gets around the shoulder there of Cheyenne Murray. And now one of the Bankstown athletes, Ella Caluso, gets around the shoulder, and Jenna Brennan from the ACT is happy to whip them in. Also Manly Warringah's Bethany Harmey, happy to go the long way around. So Jamie Brennan of the ACT will lead them into the straight for the first time. She's got Sarah Baker of West for company on her outside now, and Emmanuel's happy to go all the way around the outside. So just the early posturing and positioning here. You can see there Ava Honore of Sydney University in the All Whites getting off the rail. She's going to be on the outside of lane 2 as they come up and hit the bell. About 64 seconds on the clock. And as I say that, Sarah Baker just gets up and around the shoulder of Brennan with Ava Honore very much directly in tow.
Yeah, so Baker, fresh off third in the open 1500 metres at the state championship title, and she's showing exactly why she's in that sort of form here with 300 metres to go. Ava Honore as well was the bronze medalist in the 800 metres here, and she's starting to pick up and go to the front of this field now. And moving wide, you can see Cheyenne Murray of Athletics Wollongong is not done with yet as well. 200 metres to go in the women's B race, and now we have a new leader with Jamie Brennan of the ACT. She had it early, she's regained it again. Honore back to Baker in that order. So Honore just starting to move wide now. Baker's still pushing up. Murray just behind them into the straight for the final time. The clock reads 2 minutes on the dot now. So it's Honore on the inside, but here it is. The ACT athlete coming towards the line, and she's really put on a strong showing here at the Crest in Bankstown. What a run it's been. She was the early leader, and she came back and absolutely smashed it here in the end. Jamie Brennan, he didn't give it up for long, and 2:11.11 is the time with 1:07.10. Sarah Baker 2:11.40 from West Track and Field, also closing in a 67. Cheyenne Murray was right up with the pace. 2:11.95. Ava Honore just behind there, and your results now starting to come through for the women's B race in the 800 metres.
So 2:11 for the first trio over the line. And a sign of the calibre here. Just the one race left to go before we get into the main events here at the Crest, and the tension starting to build. 5 middle distance races left to go in the New South Wales season for 2023-2024. And the men's B race, once again over the years, has thrown up some absolute crackers on this night. And you'd have to expect this evening no exception, Breen.
Certainly right, and we've got a couple fresh off some strong performances at the major New South Wales Championships. Your start list is on screen at the moment. So your field for the men's B race from inside in lane 1, representing UTS North's Luke Murphy. In lane 2, silver medalist in the under-20 1500 at the New South Wales title. From Randwick Botany, Oliver Neitz. In lane 3, from Randwick Botany, Alex Talbot. In 4, from Nowra Athletics Club, is William Dyball. In 5, 5th in the open 800 metres at the New South Wales Champs from UTS North's David Windybank. Number 6, from Queensland, Max Hooper. In 7, from Kembla Joggers, James Healy. In 8, from Trinity Athletics, Ben Maloney. In 9, from Gosford All-Stars, Liam Gollage. This is the field for the men's B race, 800 metres at the Albie Thomas 2024.
On your mark. Turn up, please. Nice and 30, thank you, gentlemen. Right again, on your mark.
Plenty away this time, and it's typically a cracker, this men's 800 B race. And a very even line as they work their way around to the back. Up with the CPT kits on the inside, and you can see Oliver Neat, as you mentioned, Breen, he's silver medalist over 1500 metres at the State Juniors, and he's going to move himself up strongly. Luke Murphy in that Central Performance track kit on the inside, and from UTS North's Windybank gets around their shoulder. He was very good in the state 800 metre title, which has really been the race of the championships the last 4 or 5 years. And as they swing into the straight for the first time, it will be Windybank that leads them.
So Windybank looking very relaxed and controlled. He can go up a number of gears here. He looks so comfortable as we see Maloney on the outside, also on the inside, pushing up well here is Alex Talbot, and tucked in behind them all is Oliver Neat. He's on the rail as well. So Windybank now just starting to merge back to the rail. On the outside, Max Hooper in a good position. Maloney tracking him. They're all pretty congested. Windybank really content here to drive the pace. Now he's got a couple of strides up on him as he works his way through. 300 metres to go, and Neat starting to make his run for home. Moves up to the shoulder here, takes the lead. Windybank goes up as well. He's lost a little bit of contact here. He might regain it now. He does with 200 to go.
So Neat hits the front with half a lap to go, and they're lining up behind him to take a shot, led by Windybank, Dyball, and also Luke Murphy from UTS North. Max Hooper from the Queenslanders made the trip down here, and Hooper now hits the front. Gee, they're lining up behind him to have a crack. Talbot from Randwick Botany down the outside. Here comes Murphy as well for Ben Liddy's squad. They're going to hit the line about 3 or 4 wide, but Talbot will just get it. 153, 154, unofficial. Whole field will be in well under 2 minutes. And Talbot does get the win, 153.06. Luke Murphy next over the line in 153.21, so just about 1,500 separated them. And Hooper will hopefully be satisfied with the trip down for a third place finish in 153.44.
We'll talk about changes in the second 400. You would have not picked that through the bell. Alex Talbot with an incredibly well-executed race plan there. If that was his intention, he did it to an absolute T. 153.06. It's impressive. Luke Murphy of UTS Norths was strong as well. A lot of these guys very capable, 151, 152 athletes. So not quite on their absolute personal best, but what a strong showing here in the lead up to the National Championships. And it's great to have the depth all the way through the grades here. As we said, next event on the program, ladies and gentlemen, is the Women's 1 Mile Championship of Australia.
So we've got the crowd out here. We're in for the main events, and they filter out now.
So ladies and gentlemen, you can come right down to the crowd control barricades here. So you'll be right behind them at the start line when they do get underway.
So not on the first turn, please. We're looking for you to be down the main straight and behind those barriers. Make sure we give the athletes their racing room, but equally want the atmosphere out on the track. Support these athletes. Let's have an early look at the field here. We'll introduce them one by one as they come out, Brenny, but just this women's mile is some sort of, the real story is the clash of styles and specialties, isn't it?
Certainly is. We've got 3 countries represented here as well, so the top 3 across the line might not necessarily all be Australians, but Ireland, New Zealand, Australia, and 4 states represented here. So we've got athletes who are, as we said, out of their comfort zone. Some coming up a distance from the 800, some coming down from the 3, the 5, and even the 10 in the case of Lauren Ryan after a terrific Australian record, which she took down Benita Willis's record recently in California 10 days ago. One former winner only in this field, Matt, and that's Zoe Buckman. Great to see her back from the nation's capital as well. And we got so many youngsters, 4 teenagers in this Australian Open Women's 1 mile championship race.
It's a great story, Buckman. She won this race all the way back in 2017, of course, but it wasn't even a mile. It's still a 1500 then, because for the conversation earlier, we really weren't sure the mile was overly relevant back in those days, especially for women where the sub-4 barrier wasn't, such a big achievement as it is for so many of the men. And Buckman was a winner back in that race when it was 2017. Of course, her pedigree, phenomenal. Twice an Olympic semi-finalist in London and Rio at the metric mile. 3 times the national champion at 1500. Des Proctor's got it now, and it's great to see her returning. Now, having said that, we don't expect her to be at the pointy end here, but there's some fascinating stories in this field. Jayla Hancock-Cameron had a breakout 2:02 performance at the Adelaide Invitational over the 800 metres. We'd always known her as a longer middle distance runner over the metric mile. Of course, a Youth Olympic Games silver medalist over that sort of strange hybrid track cross-country event that they have. But the question's now being asked, especially after her win in the state 800 title just a couple of weeks ago, is she now a half miler? Well, we're going to find out tonight when she lines up in the Australian mile title. But probably the biggest story in the field, of course, is how does Lauren Ryan go over a mile, dropping from 10,000 metres?
Look, as I said, it depends on how the race, again, with no pacemakers, it all depends on the first couple of laps. What the pace is like, what the lactic is like after 800 metres, whether Lauren Ryan, it does play into her favour or not. There's plenty of speed around her, but she's definitely with a chance to take an Australian Open Women's 1 mile title here. Distance running in Australia has pretty much never been in a better place at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to see an Australian champion be crowned. We're almost ready to introduce the field here for the women's Albie Thomas Mile, the 1 mile national championship of Australia for 2024.
So just getting ready. We'll line them up out the front here.
Do you want to go one each? Do you want to go one, I go one, you?
See the crowd filtering out onto the track. And so they get themselves sorted out in the hip number order. So many stories coming into this race. There's only 3 athletes that have ever broken 4 minutes for 1500 metres in Australia. And we've got one of them here tonight in Abby Caldwell. She has to go in as the number 1 seed, Breen. There's no doubt about that. The 2022 national champion, of course. And what's really telling here, and we've been talking about whether Ryan needs to dial up the pace to make it a staying test, but to suit Caldwell fine, she's sub 4 1500 metre runner, but if it's a sit and kick, she's also a semi-finalist at World Championships over 800.
Exactly right. Like, she's got the quality over both distances. We talk about athletes specialising as well, but she's got the credentials at the highest level in both of them. So
it's a fascinating contest. It's a clash of specialties. You don't often see the newly minted Australian 10,000 metre record hold up, line up in a mile a couple of weeks later. But we've got her here along with one of the hot favourites for Olympic selection over 1500 metres in Abby Caldwell. They're just getting sorted out. And we'll introduce you now to the field as they get their final instructions. And here is the field for the Women's Australian Mile Championship for 2024.
Wearing hip number 1, representing Southern District, one of 4 teenagers in this field. Please welcome Ronya Wazelska.
In 2, representing Balmain Athletics Club. She was second in the New South Wales Open 1500 metre title just a couple of weeks ago at 17 years of age, Claudia Mika.
Wearing hip number 3 from the ACT, 4th in the Open 800 metre New South Wales Championship final. Please welcome Zoe Honeybrook.
On her outside, one of the interstaters in this field, representing Queensland, the 3,000 metre Queensland champion in 2023 and 2024, Olga Fasova.
Hip number 6, representing Randwick Botany, gold medalist in the 1500, bronze in the 800 and the under 17 the New South Wales Junior Championships from Randwick Botany Harriers, Piper Simpson.
3 times the Australian champion at 1500 metres, a dual Olympic semi-finalist at the distance in London and Rio, and a winner of this race in 2017. Please welcome back to the Crest, Zoe Buckman.
Hip number 8, representing Bankstown Sports and a home track Youth Olympic Games medalist. She was New South Wales Open 800 metre champion. Breakout performance in Adelaide, had a great summer. Please welcome Jayla Hancock Cameron.
Representing Victoria, she's a World Cross Country representative, a World Junior representative, made a World Championships debut last year at 5,000 metres in Budapest, and most recently took Benita Willis's Australian 10,000 metre record. Please welcome Lauren Ryan.
Wearing hip number 10, another one of our internationals from New Zealand, 3-time national champion of New Zealand at 1500, 5,000 miles. She was at Bathurst in the World Cross Country Relay. Please welcome Rebecca Green.
One of our 2 internationals in the field representing Ireland. She's been busy on the circuit this year at the Adelaide Track Classic and the Murray Plant Meet. She's run 4 PBs from 5 starts in Australia this summer. Please welcome Jodie McCann.
Wearing hip number 12 from Victoria. She's the 4th fastest Australian this year over 1500 in Adelaide, where she did her personal best. She's an NCAA 1500 metre finalist from Victoria, Morty Skyring.
And starting on the outside from Victoria, she's a semi-finalist at both the 800 metres and the 1500 metres in Budapest. She's one of 3 women only in Australian history to break 4 minutes for the 1500 metres. For the first time at this meet, please welcome Abby Caldwell. That's the field for the Women's Mile, the National Championship of Australia for 2024. They're in the hands of the starter. So away they go in the national title. Early questions are going to be answered here about tactics. We'll know a lot about this race in the first lap. And very early doors, Abby Caldwell has shot straight to the front, but then shut up shop and is happy to sit on the outside shoulder, by the looks of it, of Jayla Hancock Cameron, who's been a noted front runner over the years. And look, they're 4, 5, 6 wide as they head up the back straight for the first time. Zoe Buckman, the previous winner, happy to run wide, and now all the way around the outside comes, pardon me as I just flick back, comes Fasova as we just get ourselves mixed up here. And so Fasova is happy to make this a staying test and has opened up a gap of about 10 metres or so as they go around into the straight for the first time. And as the crowd lines the track, we've got an early answer to our question about tactics, which is Fasova's willing to throw down the gauntlet here and make this a staying test. Lauren Ryan, the newly minted Australian 10,000 metre champion, sits second in the run. Caldwell on the outside, and as they come up to 409 metres, it's going to be just outside 72 seconds, and they've closed up the gap to the early leader.
It's still within the comfort zone, a lot of them there. Caldwell in a really good position there, getting heaps of coverage at the moment. Jayla Hancock Cameron at the moment, but it's Fasova. She got herself to a 10-metre lead. Now she's just on the front of Lauren Ryan, Abby Caldwell in third. Then it's back to Jayla Hancock-Cameron on her home track. Could this be her moment here? Buckman still in amongst it. Skyring's there as well. They're all condensed in behind our race leader. Fasova not wanting to give up at all, but look how good Lauren Ryan looks through here. Caldwell on her right shoulder still. Skyring pushing up. On the inside of her, we've got a few athletes here. Buckman's still right in this. Remember, she's the only champion in this field that has won this race before. So filled with quality here at the front in the Albie Thomas Mile for the Women's 1 Mile National Championship of Australia. And we are approaching the halfway stage here. It is still super conservative. It's going to come down to who has the closing speed here. Fasova and Ryan on her outside. Caldwell now starting to maybe press ahead. She's trying to. She's thinking about it. A little bit of push and shove there. Hancock-Cameron in a great spot. And also up there as well, we've got a great run here by Jodie McCann from Ireland in a great position.
So they go around the straight, into the back straight for the second to last time. It hasn't been quick at all. 70 seconds, 71, the last two times around. Caldwell now finds the shoulder of Lauren Ryan. Skyring happy to sit in lane 2. And now makes a move, does Morty Skyring, around the shoulder of Caldwell and Ryan. Takes up the lead as they go here. The Irish woman, Jodie McCann, gets now the back of Caldwell, and Ryan has to sit fourth in the run. Hancock-Cameron looking pretty solid, and then comes the Kiwi, Rebecca Green, a multiple-time national champion of New Zealand. So the leaders are starting to hit the fore now. It's the names we expected, but I'm not sure we expected Skyring to be in the lead. 500 to go in the national title. Caldwell looks poised and now hits the front with 450 to go, and we might be about to see a statement of authority ahead of the Australian titles.
A statement and more. Skyring looks over the left shoulder. She's actually got 7 or 8 metres. These two battling at the front. If they continue this pace, Caldwell has no signs of slowing down here with 350 to go. She's turning the legs over here. The Commonwealth Games, we know how impressive her last 100 was there in Birmingham to take the bronze medal. But Abby Caldwell, ladies and gentlemen, along the back straight, is this the winning move? It's out to 20 metres. Hancock-Cameron's pushing up. She's bringing a couple with her as well. But Caldwell with a very comfortable lead here into the straight. She's got a 4:20.51 personal best. I don't think she's going to touch that, but the priority here is the Australian Open Women's 1 Mile title, and she comes into the straight. Let's get behind her, ladies and gentlemen. We've got international quality here. She's the 2022 national champion. She's the 3rd fastest ever over this distance. Skyring is trying to hold for second, and also Lauren Ryan and Jayla Hancock-Cameron, but your champion is Abby Caldwell. What a run from Lauren Ryan. That 3rd place, it is super close between McCann and also Skyring, Jayla Hancock-Cameron, as well as Rebecca Green. Definitely not too far off the pace. 4:35.0. Abby Caldwell, ignore the time, it was tactical. 62 she closed in for the Victorian. And Lauren Ryan, fresh off that incredible Australian record over 10,000 metres, shows she's got a bit of speed in the legs as well. 4:32.19 for second provisionally here. And 3 Victorians on the podium overall here in the Australian Open Women's 1 Mile Championship. And Jodie McCann will be right up there, 4th on the board there for 4:32.54. All of them closing in 62 seconds. What a race in the women's event here at the Albie Thomas Mile.
How's the closing speed on Lauren Ryan over the last 200 metres, especially when you consider she's just dropped back from a 10,000 metre Australian record. But we thought it might be the case coming in. The number 1 seed, Abby Caldwell, one of the big 3 in the Australian 1,500 metre scene right now, has stamped her authority and taken a national title here over the mile.
See Breen can grab a word, I reckon he's pulled up in the breath back.
Thanks. Awesome, thank you.
How bit of luck,
It
bit of
was
spit.
It was very good.
Did you expect goals?
No.
No.
Okay, we got 800.
Evo speed. Evo speed. Oh, is it not on my thing? Yep.
That's fine. Good.
No worries, thank you.
Would you be able to this on? Is that?
Sure can. Oh, that's right, I can make it work. Sorry.
Feeling it?
Yeah, lucky about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, here with that. Well, what a run. Talk us through that race. Very conservative early. Did you expect it to play out that way?
Honestly, I had no idea which way it was going to go. I was just going to roll with however it unfolded, and yeah, definitely didn't expect it to be that pedestrian. When you're going through the clock and you see there's slower than a 70-second lap, it's like, oh, okay, this is going to be picked up at some point. So, yeah, I feel like there's enough moves up the front that everyone wanted to keep it relatively honest. So, yeah.
And what was going through? Olga Fasova went through, she put a really lethal kick in, put 10 metres into everyone. What was going through your mind at that point? Did you want to go with her? Was or you wanted to sit back? Through what the mindset was at that point?
Yeah, I won't lie, there was an inch in me that was like, oh, gotta go, but yeah. I think in that moment, if I did, it would have taken it out of me. So I'm glad I kept it conservative, just chasing it down slowly. And yeah, I think...
Yeah, exciting times. Perfect prep for you. You know, you've won the Australian title here. Perfect prep leading into the national. It's a big year for you. So much depth in Australian women's distance running.
So it keeps us on our toes, and it just shows that we've got to put our best race shoes on that day. So yeah, it'll be really good.
Certainly is. Could be anyone. It was Abby's race tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Abby Caldwell here at the Crest. Welcome. Australian Open Women's 1 mile champion. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here, guys.
No worries. Thank you for your
Appreciate it.
time.
Nice to meet you. Oh, let me give you mine back.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Breen, and thanks, Abby. $3,000 richer for the trouble as well. So that trip to Sydney should be worth it, but this is some sort of men's 800 metres we've got now to follow up a cracking national title in the women's. Breen, take us through the field.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the field here for the men's 800 metres, the Albie Thomas Mile. And what a lineup we've got. Starting in lane number 1 from South Australia, personal best 1:49. Please welcome DeGrasse Amakata.
In lane number 2, part of Ben Liddy's Central Performance Track Team and representing UTS Norths, comes in with a PB of 1:45, Jai Perrott.
Starting in lane 3, representing Queensland, personal best of 1:46.5. She said last May in Germany. Please welcome Jared Mikulev.
Commencing his domestic season here in Australia, he captivated a nation at the Tokyo Olympics. He is second on the Australian all-time list. Please welcome for the first time racing in Australia this season, Peter Bowl.
Starting next to him in 5, breakthrough this season, representing Run Crew, 1:45.86 to take the Sydney Track Classic win, sub 1:46 for the first time. Please welcome Luke Boyes.
The man of the hour, the last time on this track just a month ago, he became the fastest Australian ever to run a 1,500 metres in Australia. And the time before that, he became the Australian Mile Open champion at just 16 years of age. He's 17 now, but he drops to 800 metres. Please welcome Cam Myers.
Starting with hip number 7 from the ACT, personal best of 1:48 in Canberra earlier this month. Please welcome Hayden Todd.
The third teenager in this field with a personal best of 1:50 at only 17 years of age from Coffs Coast, Jade Kitching. And on the outside for Run Crew, one of the more qualified paces you'd ever find for one of these meets. Ben Jagger is doing the duties on the outside. It is a fascinating contest in the men's 800. It's going to be one of the most watched races in Australia this year, and they're in the hands of the starter. So what sort of shape is Pete Bowl in? How are the teenagers going to go here? Cam Myers, what sort of time can he set for 800 metres? So many storylines laced through this race. And Ben Jagger, who's probably going to be targeting about 51.5 on the front, goes around the shoulder and hits the lead now. And no one really keen to go with him. Luke Boys gets on the back now, and the others are just settling back. Myers is right back in the field, 2 positions behind Peter Bowl. And so Luke Boys and Jai Perrott are the 2 most prominent at the moment. Then comes Pete, who just sits in a nice spot. And so Jagger, doing the duties on the front, has got really the breakout star at the half mile this season. Luke Boys of UTS North's in tow. He's strung them out. Bowl and Cam a long way back. But the Jagger's done the job, hit the time right on. Here we go.
Yeah, we're underway here, so Jagger doing it to an absolute T, and as we said, fresh off the Sydney Track Classic, Luke Boys takes up the running. Perrott, could he be in personal best territory here as he goes with 300 metres to go? Peter Bowl, he's in the mix, he's starting to work his way up. Here we go though, Luke Boys has got a few metres on him, there's 200 metres to go. The clock is at 1:18 at the moment. Still Boys, still a few strides back to Bowl, the gap extending back then to Jai Perrott and Cameron Myers with a bit of work to do here. So it's looking to be a race in 2. Out in front, the man in form, the men returning to form here with 100 to go. Luke Boys goes towards the line. What can the time be? How quick can he go? 1:45 in Sydney. This is a terrific run from Luke Boys, ladies and gentlemen. He's stopped the clock and he's taken the win. A terrific field ahead of Peter Bowl, returning from injury. Cam Myers, brilliant last 200 metres. We'd expect nothing less from him. And you can see the results there. 1:45.45 for Luke Boys to come across the line. And that is another personal best time for the incredible season that he's had. Peter Bowl, 1:46.70. It is so good to see him back. I believe he's going to be running at Stall as well. So we thank him for coming here. Cameron Myers, 1:48.19 seconds. He's got a 1:47 personal best, but not too far away from that. It's great to see him here after he captivated our attention last time we were here on the track. We were awaiting 4th place. Jared Mikulev confirmed there, 1:50.68. But an incredible race, and Luke Boys, how high can he go this season? The National Championships, watch out for that man.
They've been mobbed at the finish, but just a reminder, folks, it's not a month ago where it was the main event. We do need to clear the track, please. There's a couple of main event races left here to come, and we'll see if we can grab Luke Boys and get a word with him, who's really cementing his place as one of the leading contenders here.
Folks, there'll be plenty of time for autographs.
1:45.45.
5:44.
Oh. Well, we said 1:45, and he was like, "Oh, Peyton Craig won 1:45.44." Apparently, it got him by 100th of a second.
No, good. I had a plan coming in. I was always going to go out hard. 2 weeks out from Nationals, one of the more low-key meets. I thought it was sort of a free hit. Whatever happens, happens. Obviously, the start list was a bit better than I was expecting, but I thought I haven't worried about anyone this season. I'm not gonna worry about anyone this race. And I just thought I'm gonna follow through with my plan, and I did. So it's good.
Perfect mentality, mate. Second time with the 145 next to your name. Talk us through that experience in Sydney and what that's done for your confidence, because you've just done so many personal bests this season, more than probably most people on the domestic circuit, the Chemist Warehouse Summer Series. But talk us through what this season's meant for you, and heading into nationals, mate. You're in the best form of your life.
No, I knew it would come. Obviously, those around me know I was injured in December, so a few people were racing whilst I was in a boot. So I knew that I was going to come along each race, and I've sort of been forced into it, but I've kind of timed my run well for nationals. So it was sort of a blessing in disguise being injured, but it's been really good sort of progressing each race. That's my 5th PB this season, so I've taken off 0.3 in each of my last 4 races. So hopefully we keep going. Nationals, championship racing, so it's completely different, but it'll be good going to Europe after that as well.
Yeah. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more for Luke Boys, your champion in the men's 800 metres. You're a legend, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question size coming in.
And as Breen rejoins me in the commentary box, we'll have a look at the start list of this women's 800 metres. And it's another one with 3 nations represented: Australia, Japan and Israel. The stories of Jess Hull dropping back to the 800 metres. And of course Bandiria Boyer, the half-mile specialist. But introducing them now from the inside out. This is the field for the ladies' 800 metres here at the Albie Thomas Mile. On the inside, one of two teenagers in the field comes in with a personal best of 2:07 and has the speed with the World Junior qualifier at 400 metres. From Dubbo Athletics Club, please welcome Ella Penman.
Starting in 2 from Remy Botany, World Championship representative 2017, former Australian 800 metre champion, has the best of 2:01. Please welcome Laura Roth.
We've just seen one of the big 3 of Australian 1500 metre running. Here's another one. Coming back to the home track, she has not lost a race in Australia since the night of the Albie Thomas Mile in 2019, but challenges herself here over 800 metres. She's the current Australian champion at 1500 metres, 3000 metres and 5000 metres. Please welcome back to the Crest, Jessica Hull.
Starting with hip number 4, she's got a personal best of 1:59.01. She's representing UTS North's personal best in Canberra earlier this month. She's number 4 on the Australian all-time list. Ladies and gentlemen, Bandiri Aboya.
On her outside in hip number 5, representing Queensland and part of the Florida Gators squad in the NCAA with a personal best of 2 flat in Florida and an indoor in at BU of 2:01. Please welcome Imogen Barrett.
Starting with hip number 6 from UTS North, second of the teenagers in the field, personal best of 2:05. She's got a World Junior qualifier. She's the New South Wales Junior State Champion. Please welcome Fleur Cooper.
She had a first international campaign last year and set a personal best of 2:07 in Rome. In the midst of that, from the Sutherland District Athletics Club, please welcome Davina Smith.
Wearing hip number 8, representing Israel, 7-time national champion of Israel over 800 metres. A personal best of 2:03 she set in Brisbane. Please welcome Shani Lendon.
Great to have her back at the Crest as well. A 4-time Australian champion at 800 metres between 2014 and 2018. 3 times World Relays bronze medalist and the winner of the 2019 Albie Thomas Mile. Returning after having become a mum, please welcome Brittany Kahn.
And last but not least, wearing hip number 10, representing Japan, two-time national champion of Japan over 800 metres, personal best of 2 minutes. Please welcome Yumi Kitamura.
That's the field for the second of two cracking 800-metre races here at the Crest. They're in the hands of the starter.
So I go away, and Jess Hull's gone away pretty aggressively here. Aboya's just waiting at the moment. On the outside as well, you can see them moving, and Brittany Kahn's gone away quite quickly, and also Barrett as well. So you mentioned Barrett's right up there in the early stages. So as they merge to the crossover here, second from the outside, Kahn's in a really good spot. No one's super keen to take it up here, but as they go through 200 metres, the pace is pretty quick, even though the whole field is still together. So it's Roth on the inside at the moment, then Barrett. Jessica Hull's getting a bit of coverage around her at the moment. She's right in the middle, tucked away on the inside, Bendiri Aboya. So Aboya and Hull are right together at the moment. Roth is there and Barrett's to her outside too, 300 metres into this one. So Roth's on the inside, still looking very, very controlled with the tempo at the moment. We're approaching 55 seconds and Hull now comes to the front here. Does she accelerate gradually or does she explode here? She hits the bell in the lead.
Jess Hull challenging herself here at 800 metres. She's got Barrett in behind her and the former national champion. Where's Aboya? Still a couple of pairs back here. Going to have to track her way into the race on the back of the Israeli. So Jessica Hull leads on the home track at the Crest. She's looking towards the Adelaide Australian Championships but wants to put some speed in the legs here. Aboya's now starting to come down the outside, but Jessica Hull is really cementing her position atop the tree here. 200 to go. The biggest threat at the moment coming from Barrett, and now Aboya starts to round up the shoulder of Laura Roth, the former Australian champion. It's Hull and Barrett coming into the straight. Don't count Aboya out yet. Starting to lift. 100 to go in the women's 800. Hull in front. Tries to extend away from Barrett. Aboya's going to have to round them all up. It's the three in the straight. Barrett moves wide. Tries to nail Hull. But how's this for a statement? Drops to 800 and still undefeated in Australia since 2019. Oh, Caldwell v Hull in Adelaide. Bring it on, Breeny.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there are so many storylines heading into these Australian Championships and so many ways it can go. It is very hard. She just knows how to race so well. She's got so many records. We know some people can get records and not race as well, but she can get both. She can go for time, she can go for the win, she can get out of her comfort zone, she can be aggressive, be fearless, and that's exactly what she did just then. 2:03.02 the time, closing in 60 seconds. Imogen Barrett closing in the same time as well, 2:03.50. Bendiri Aboya just got caught back a little bit, but worked her way back into it, 2:05.10. And Laura Roth, the early leader as well, that's a strong run too, in fourth position, 2:05.61.
It's a comeback run from Roth, isn't it? She fell at the state championships after 400 metres, so to come back and put that time up against that calibre of opposition, and three pretty handy ones to go down to. But see if we can grab Jess. Again, guys, please keep the track clear here for the time being. You'll get the autographs after the men's mile. We'll dispatch Breeny and see if we can find the newly minted 800 winner, Jess Hull.
800. You had to think about that. You were there?
I guess, TV. Yeah.
So just confirmed, personal best for Jess, 100 metres. Yeah, let's give her a round.
Thank you.
got plenty of fans here. You're going to be here for another hour and 40 minutes, I reckon, signing autographs. But talk us through the differences in how that felt compared to what you're more comfortable with. It's good you're stepping out of your comfort zone and fine-tuning for nationals.
Yeah, lucky in the way that race went in the first 400. It felt a little more like a 1500 being so bunched. So, yeah, the second lap, I just wanted to send it and run really hard. And, you know, when you get to the top of the straight and you've got to sniff at the wind, it's like, oh, you got to hang on now.
Very good. Obviously, you've got so much range as well. We saw it in the mile too. A lot of athletes and Lauren Ryan coming into it as well, the range. And what are you going to be focusing on at Nationals? And talk to us about Sydney last week as well, because that had 8 Olympians in that field. It was one of the best lineups we've ever seen in Australia. Talk to us about that and what you're focusing on at Nationals.
Yeah, like we're in a pretty purple patch right now with women's distance running, and we saw that on Saturday night in Sydney.
Sold that up.
So, yeah, I think we're going to see that in both the 1500, the 5K, and even the 800 at Nationals. So, yeah, ideally, I want to run both, focus on the 1500, and then hopefully come back the next day in the 5K. Yeah.
Very good, ladies and gentlemen. Get your tickets for Nationals because that's absolutely going to be a cracker. Put your hands together. Fan favourite. She's from Bankstown as well, and this is her track.
Yeah, thank you all for coming out. It's always fun to race at the Crest, and standing on the start line being reminded by Matt that the last time I lost a race in Australia was here. I was like, okay, I've got to try and redeem that tonight. So I'm glad I could come out for you all.
There you go. Well done. Thank you, Jess. And we're just about ready for the men's race in the mile.
Awesome.
Thank you for your time. Good luck at Nationals.
Thank you.
Well, Breen, you had to think there was a possibility that Jess knew full well against that calibre of opposition that she may go down over 800 metres, but wanted to do it as part of the Nationals prep. And I get that. She's just come out, run a PB and won and beat a couple of 800 metre absolute specialists. We're not far away from the start now. No time for that. There is one race left to go here at the Crest, and it is the National Championship of Australia in the mile, the Albie Thomas Mile.
DNS said 12.
No 12.
And as we get the final adjustments to the field, have a look at the start list on screen there. We saw one of the best 1500 metre races ever in Australia last time out here at the Crest. And this one should be an absolute cracker as well, with a few of those returning. Breen, run us through the field for the Australian Mile Championship, the Albie Thomas Mile for 2024.
A very prestigious title named after one of Australia's best ever produced over this distance. The title he won 4 times. Introducing your field, starting from the inside, hip number 1 from Victoria, Victorian Mile, 1500 and 800 metre champion. He was the B winner in 2023. Please welcome Riley Bryce.
In position number 2, we're looking forward to seeing what he can do with a PB of 350 and the one spin up this year at the ACT Champs in January. Please welcome Sean Harris.
Wearing hip number 3, representing Run Crew, personal best of 350, New South Wales Championship finalist at 800 metres a couple of weeks ago. Please welcome Jaden Gill.
Another athlete who's in fine form. He was one of the runs of the championships to take 4th at the state championships over 1500 metres just a couple of weeks ago. For Bankstown Sports on the home track, please welcome Archie Ridgway.
Wearing hip number 5, representing Kembla Joggers, the New South Wales Open 1500 champion, personal best of 346 for the 1500. Please welcome Tom March.
On his outside, one of the teenagers in this field. He's holding World Junior qualifiers at 800 and 1500 metres. He's the New South Wales Under-20 800 and 1500 metre champion. One of the most exciting junior prospects in the country. All the way from Byron Bay, please welcome Daniel Williams.
Wearing hip number 7 from Sydney University, the New South Wales Open 1500 metre bronze medalist. Please welcome Tom Davies.
Took a silver medal at the state championships over 1500s a couple of weeks ago in that thrilling race with Tom March from Randwick Botany Harriers, a staple of the New South Wales Miler series. Please welcome Stefan Music.
Wearing hip number 9 from Bankstown Sports, New South Wales 5,000 metre champion. He was the 8th at the Australian 1500 final in Brisbane last year. Please welcome Ethan Wyatt-Smith.
Speaking of a man in form from Victoria, he was a representative at the World University Cross Country and more relevantly last year in Brisbane was 4th in the national 1500 metre final. Please welcome from Victoria, William Lewis.
Wearing hip number 11, US base, got a personal best of 351.51 seconds. 4th at the national 1500 final in Brisbane. He did 351.51, his personal best mile earlier this month. Please welcome Jack Anstey.
He enjoyed it so much last month, he's come back again to contest the National Mile Championship. He was part of the famous race only a month ago, an instant classic where he ran 3:33.6 and lowered his PB from 3:37 this year. Please welcome from On Running and Victoria, Jesse Hunt. It's thrown up some remarkable winners this race over the years and it's building a unique history in Australian middle distance running. The field is set for the 2024 Albie Thomas Mile and the Australian title.
So we know how aggressiveness is important, but staying composed under pressure. The early charge comes from Tom March. It was an Ollie Hall-like win over Stefan Music at the 1500 State Open Championship final. He goes through Daniel Williams on the right shoulder now. He will look to push up. He's a very aggressive racer here, and he's gone straight to the front of this field, showing no fear as he works his way through. Now, the man we talked about earlier at the last time we were at this track, Jesse Hunt, finds himself in a really good position, and also Jack Anstey as well. He's just off the rail there as we see Tom March now really start to try and keep in contention here, and Ethan Wyatt-Smith probably in about 5th or 6th position at the moment, but it's Williams stretching this field out through the 300 metre mark, and Jesse Hunt, one of the favourites, sitting on him and looking very comfortable doing so. Jack Anstey, the US-based 4th in the national final, is not far off the pace as well. They're pretty much together, but it's Daniel Williams leading him through in 61.
He's got it going here, 62 seconds or so for the first 409. I wonder if Williams maybe just fancies getting towed to a sub-4 mile at 16 years of age, if you don't mind. But he's got some talent lining up behind him, doesn't he? It was Jesse Hunt sitting prominently as well. And the smoky here is Jack Anstey. We just don't see as much of him given his NCAA basing, but he's run some crazy times indoors already this season. Jesse Hunt getting a lovely little trail into this race. They're about 92 seconds through 609 metres, so we're still in sub-4 minute mile territory here at the Crest. Williams leads around the bend. Hunt in a lovely position and getting heaps of cover is William Lewis. Remember, 4th at the Australian 1500 title last year in Brisbane. Anstey's got a lovely position, and Ethan Wyatt-Smith, the training partner of Cam Myers, gets 5th in the run. Stefan Music getting a toe into the race, and the tempo's staying up here. It's just going to have dipped a little bit this lap. They were 59 the last time around, and they want to do sub-4. They're going to have to keep it up here.
So probably the one that looks to want to make the move the most at the moment is Jack Anstey. He's moving the widest, he's in the blue. We've also got Jesse Hunt, who was so close to Cam Myers in the race at the New South Wales Miles, where he did 3:33 for 1,500 metres. But Daniel Williams, this is impressive. If he can hold on to this will be something special here at the Crest. Looks to be slight fractures in the pack for the first time in this race, but now they can press back together again. So still Daniel Williams on the front of Jesse Hunt, now moving wide again. He tucked back on the rail for a second, now he's back out on the outside. Jack Anstey, 3:51.51. He's in good form, his personal best recently, not too long ago, so into the straight for the second last time. They're moving wide. Jesse Hunt looking for this Australian title. Daniel Williams, he's hanging tough. He's still in a really good position here as they're about to collect the bell in the men's Albie Thomas Mile.
Hunt hits the front now. They're going to have to go quick last 400 if they want sub 4. Will Lewis trying to get around the outside, but the one who's impressed me the most tactically is Jack Ansey, who has just tracked every move of Jesse Hunt. Hasn't let his shoulder go for the last 1,200 metres, and Hunt now finds himself on the front. Ansey in behind him, 3:33.6 on this track last time, and leads the Australian Mile Championship. He's never won an Open National title, Jesse Hunt, but with 200 to go, it's emerging as a race of two. Hunt from Ansey, Lewis and March having a good go for the minors. $3,000 on the line, and Albie Thomas, but a national title most importantly. And into the straight, it's a race of two. Hunt knows this track well. Jack Ansey's tracked every move, but can he run past him in the straight? Hunt trying to extend. Ansey goes wide. Hunt holding him, and Jesse Hunt. Oh, good go at the line. Hunt just, I think. Jesse Hunt for mine has won his maiden Australian Open Championship. 3:59.09. Sub 4 minute mile for the West Australian and a maiden Australian title. Jack Ansey, 3:59.26, also goes sub 4. And Riley Bryce had a magnificent last 200, and boy oh boy did he justify his selection in this race. He's going to take home a national bronze medal and $1,000 for his trouble. And Western Australia, Queensland, Victoria, 3 states represented on the podium for the Albie Thomas in 2024 as Breen, this race continues to build some sort of legacy.
It certainly is. We got well over 10, definitely over 10 now, sub 4 minute miles. The winners list is becoming something, well, nothing short of exceptionally. Jesse Hunt, it's becoming happy hunting ground. He's going to get a belt as well shortly, but we'll get a word from the man of the moment here in the Australian Open 1 mile champion.
Take it up with you, Breen, and Jesse Hunt, what a run. It was some sort of night here.
Where are we facing? This way?
Yeah, Jesse Hunt, absolutely the man of the moment, mate. Talk to us about that race. This track is becoming something special to you. First, 3:33, just narrowly behind Cam Myers at the New South Wales Milers meet. Now you're the Australian Open 1 mile champion. Congratulations, how's it feel?
Thanks, yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, look, I love Bankstown coming down here and good memories already, and it's just my first season back in Australia, so just to have memories like this is priceless, so it's great to be back.
What do you put it down to as personal best by 3-4 seconds? You went from a 3:37 down to a 3:33. What do you put it down to? What's been these last 12 months and the meteoric rise in your improvement over the metric mile and the mile distance?
Yeah, look, so I made a decision to move home and join Craig's group, and it's been huge for me. I've been at altitude at Falls Creek for a lot of the season, and yeah, just love being home and back in Australia, and it's just really paying off, and see that I've been putting in for years now is all paying off, so it's great.
Well, mate, looking good for the national championships. So you get the the Australian title, $3,000, and you get this puppy.
Wow, look at that.
You know you'll get that?
No idea. Look at that.
There you go. So,
What do I do
what
with
he's
that?
supposed to do with it. Is he over the shoulder? Around?
Well, what do I do with this like
Anyway,
that?
pose for the photo here. Congratulations, mate.
Thanks.
Well deserved.
Cheers, mate. Thanks very much. Thanks, Bankstown. Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, Open 1 Mile National Champion, Jesse Hunt.
Nice.
Well, Breeny, it was some sort of night here at the Crest. We'll do the medal presentations shortly, but for those watching at home, we'll wrap up proceedings. There were 4 main races here that were capturing everyone's attention. They lived up to the hype.
They certainly did live up to the hype, and what a moment it's been, because Sydney Track Classic was only 5 days ago. How incredible the performances there. It was really good to see so many of them back up. Jess Hull attacking and getting out of her comfort zone. We've seen some juniors get out of their comfort zone, making a berth for the first time as well. Jessie Hunt is one to ride, one to watch, but we've never had this depth before, and that's what makes it so exciting. It could actually, because normally the races have been predictable in the past, but now you actually do not know who's going to win this Australian title in a couple of weeks' time. But Jessie Hunt's the Australian champion today for the men, in a cracking women's race as well. Really looking forward to seeing what these athletes are able to produce in a couple of weeks' time. But super stoked with how it's all turned out, and perfect conditions as well. I don't think we've had a meet here where it hasn't been picture perfect, not a breath of wind.
Well, it's the end of the World Athletics Continental Tour season for the Oceania region for 23-24, but geez, hasn't it just whet the appetite to get to Adelaide and find out who's going to pick up these Australian titles. Caldwell v Hull, throw Lyndon Hall in the mix, and the men's is just going to be an absolute cracker as well. But for those watching at home, we're going to sign off on the live stream broadcast, and for those here in the stadium, we'll give out some Australian Mile Championship medals. Thanks for joining us at the Albie Thomas Mile for 2024. The 4 main events lived up to the hype, and we'll see you in Adelaide for the Australian titles. Well done, mate.
Well done, mate. Thank you.